The Honorable Speaker.
I will now call the House to order. Let us commence our business today by taking up the start question number 1. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question number 1. Sir, the government is actively exploring all avenues for a permanent solution.
Kapran, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also thank the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of roads for the reply. So I have some supplementary questions. May I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister who were maintaining the road in the past, sir?
Sir, I need clarity on this question. I would request the Honorable Member from Maurangkaneng. Is he trying to ask the question of that portion of 600 meters or the entire stretch?
Yeah, this particular 600 meter stretch, sir.
This is done by the defense themselves.
So they record, sir, that defense maintaining that road, sir. Is there any record?
Yes, sir. The record is very much there as per the land documents. And of course, from time to time, in case if the defense cannot take up the repairing works, we used to also discuss with them. The same case happened with this clay yodo, we call it. It happens even with MES, where sometimes the state government take it up with the defense authority, and ultimately they consider for taking up the repairing work.
So do these army people have the legal documents to stick the clip, sir?
Sir, as I have said, yes, they do have the proper land documents.
Will you please, sir, to lay in the floor table of the House, sir?
Sir, I think I've already replied. The documents is available, and the land document happens way back in 1937. And I think laying of the document is not that necessary, because why I'm saying that, sir, even from the government side, we had these challenges long time back, and we would like to resolve these issues. And my reply is very, very clear. Right now, sir, we already had a discussion even with the local authority, with the village Dorba, where we discussed with them if we have any alternative. And recently, I'm happy to inform the Honourable Member and this August House, sir, recently even the village authority, jointly with our officers from the department, we already identified the stretch of alternative route which links to Maulanray, from Maushbuit to Maulanray, which is more or less, their length is within 4 kilometers. The entire stretch of that length minus 300 meters again, which touches the defense land. Right now, sir, we are taking up this with the defense authority. I am sure we will be able to come out to a permanent solution on this particular issue.
No, sir. No, the people of the village want to see the legal documents, sir. At 600 meters stretch.
Sir, I've already said, the documents, the legal documents, it is available. Even the copy is there with the Deputy District Collector, Shillong. And in fact, when they had a series of meetings from time to time, even from the district administration, from DC Revenue, they requested if the village authority is having some kind of land document to produce it. But from the defense side, from the authority concerned, they produce the land document, as I've said. But however, sir, I think this is not the time to discuss about the land or about the issue of whether this road, which is being used till today, approach to Maushbui, whether it belongs to us or does not belong to us. But as I said to you, alternative is being worked out, and I'm very sure very soon we'll be able to come out to a permanent solution on that, sir.
Sir, you mentioned that to explore all avenues for permanent solution. So, I mean, the stakeholders, like the Bashnong, the army people, I mean, the revenue department and the district commission, whether they have conducted a joint survey or not, sir?
Sir, I think the joint meeting was held. As I said to you, because this issue is not at all new. Joint meeting was held in the level of the deputy commissioner from time to time. And right now, as I said to you, the government is working out ways and means how to come out with a permanent solution to this approach road which goes to Maushbui. And in fact, recently we have officially written a letter to GOC 101 for detailed discussion of that 300 meters stretch which touches to the defense land. And I'm sure, sir, if we get this portion, if the defense authority allow us to touch these 300 meters, I'm very sure the solution will be resolved, and I'm very sure the village authority along with the villagers will also be happy, because ultimately we will not have any kind of lingering or any issues while traveling, bypassing or passing through that portion of 600 meters, because the army, they set up a gate which is manned 24/7. So, sir, as I already said, I would request the honourable member to also understand one thing, that we are sincere and we are here to come out with a permanent solution, and I'm very sure with the days to come, we will be able to resolve these issues. Point number two, sir, in fact, we would like to create also eastern bypass. Not only from Maushbui to Maulanrei, we would also like to create an eastern bypass, so-called eastern bypass from Sorangkham up to Maushbui, and then Maushbui up to Maulanrei, which the distance is more or less to 9.5 kilometers. If we can do that, then again the entire region will not have to come to Shillong city. From Sorangkham, we can go via Maushbui. From Maushbui, we'll reach Maulanrei, and from Maulanrei, we will reach to Maukasiang and the New Shillong township.
So, the condition of the road in that...
I think you have already raised 5 questions.
So, one more, sir.
The
So,
last one.
so who will repair that road, sir, which is very bad condition now?
Sir, I don't get the question of the honourable member. Can I-
Sir, the road condition on that particular state is very bad condition. So, who will be repairing that road?
That's 600 meters, right? Yeah. Sir, yes, we are taking it up with the defense authority, because we have seen the deplorable condition of the road, and very soon I'm sure we will get the NOC from the defense authority for the repairing of that very stretch, 600 meter stretch of the road.
Arden, please.
Sir, I beg to disagree with the Deputy Chief Minister when he said that the issue of land is not needed to be discussed in this August House. Sir, let me, for the benefit of this August House, let me inform that the Army, they are in the habit or practice to claim land, not only in Maushbui. So in Nongkrem constituency, there are many stations like the Air Force, the Assam Rifle. So I have encountered with these people, so I know. So which is why when the honorable member asks the government to produce or to lay the document in the table of the House, I think it is a very pertinent demand, sir. So if the government feels that, yes, the army, they are having a document, valid document, what is the problem for the government to lay it on the table of the House, sir? We need proof because there's a claim and counterclaim from the village and the army. But I know for sure that if we are not seeing with our own eyes, on the documents, we will not believe that the land belongs to the army. Because when we, sell a land to the armed forces or to anyone, we have to keep in mind that according to the practice of Cassis, no one has the right to sell the portion of the road also. They may buy some other portion, but not the portion of the road. The portion of the road always belongs to the people, sir. So therefore, we need to be sure that the claim of the army is genuine, sir.
It is up to you to reply because
Sir,
this is slightly straying away from the principal question.
No, sir.
It is up to you whether you want to reply or not because maybe the different department will have to.
No, let me reply, sir. I will reply to it. I'm so thankful to the honorable member from Nongkren who raised this issue. It is true, yes. I'm not saying that I'm hiding away about these documents. But let me tell you one thing. As far as this particular issue is concerned, black and white land document is there. That's what I'm saying. So we don't need to spend much time on that. What I'm saying is we would like to get a permanent solution. So a permanent solution on this particular issue is very, very important because we would like to see that the villages, the Maushbuj locality does not suffer anymore. So now, sir, seriously, we are taking it up with this. And that's what, otherwise I can easily lay the land document. There is no harm for that. But why I said that, sir? Because as I said to you, we have seen it and the land document is already there. So therefore, we would like to focus more with the defense authority that we should get a permanent solution on this particular issue.
Sir,
One more.
I think the question is very relevant. It is not outside the principal question, sir. So, the reply of the Honorable Minister here is that the government is actively exploring all avenues for a permanent solution. So, sir, I'm yet to understand what the government means by actively exploring all avenues. Since you have just mentioned that this is not a new issue, and this issue has been raised also in the last assembly session. So can the minister clearly explain what does it mean actively exploring or how long it will take?
Sir, the exploration what we made is, in fact, recently, as I already stated, even the village authority has submitted a gift deed, land documents. The gift deed to their Piludi that they are willing to part land for the alternative approach. And we have already taken a rough survey and the measurement. It comes to about 4 kilometers from Maushbuj to Maulanray. And in that stretch of about 4 kilometers, 300 meters, again, it touches the defense line. And this is what I'm saying right now. We are taking it up with the defense authority to allow these 300 meters of land which touches the land to allow us to construct the alternative route. This is what we are having the status of this particular issue. And number two, again, we still exploring, and then our engineer is very much in touch, and I would request the honorable local MLA to be also part of this. Again, from Sorangkham up to Maushbuj, which is again outside of this defense land, if we can get a land from Sorangkham up to Maushbuj, and then from Maushbuj up to Maulanray, this road will be known as Eastern Bypass. And then the commercial vehicle will not necessarily need to enter Shillong city, and this will also help to decongest the Shillong city, sir.
My last question. Yes, please. So the minister is mixing between two projects, I believe. So, sir, when do we expect that this solution will be settled? About this 600 stretch. I don't want to talk about the other alternative, but this specific stretch. How long do we expect? When do we expect that it will be settled?
Yes, sir, this one also, as I said, we are in touch with the with the defense authority for the repairing of the road, as already raised this question by the honourable member. So I'm expecting that we will be able to get the outcome, the positive outcome, very soon from the defense authority, that in case if they are not ready to take the repairing works, we are ready from the state government to take it up, this repairing work.
I think I'm not satisfied because the minister seems to be confused. I'm asking about this principal question, the reply that you have given, that the government is actively exploring all avenues for a permanent solution. I am made to believe that the issue here is about that 600 meters, right? It is not about the alternative.
No. No, I think the honourable question get confused.
I think no. You read to the principal question. The principal question read like this. Will
Please address the chair.
I will read. Yeah. Okay, sir. Will the Deputy Chief Minister in charge of public work be pleased to state the status of 600 meters road from Maushabut to Happily as claimed by the army? So this is the question that we are discussing, sir. So he brings another alternative road. Forget about that alternative road. What we want to know from the government is that when do we expect that the settlement for this 600 stretch will be settled?
Sir, it's very clear. I've already replied.
No, sir.
600, listen, 600 meters.
You are mixing.
There is no, what mixing? I really don't understand, sir. I've already replied very clearly. This 600 meters falls under the defense authority. This 600 meters. Second, it is not ended. Then from the state government, what we said is we work out a permanent solution. If possible, if we get alternative, nothing like it. That's what I mentioned, that we are now intending to have an alternative approach from Maulanray, instead of Happy Valley, from Maulanray, which the distance is only hardly below 4 kilometers, Maulanray to Maushabut. But again, that proposal, it touches 300 meters with the defense land. This is what I've replied, sir.
Okay, we move on to the next question. Question raised by Sri Matthew B. Kurba, MLA. Sri Sakler Waziri, Minister in charge of Sports and Youth Affairs, to reply.
Honorable Speaker, sir, reply to start question number 2. A, sir, there are 34 career advisors in 34 training centers. B, sir, the career counseling being provided through career advisors is structured, personalized and ongoing service that equips youth with career guidance, job readiness training, mentorship and entrepreneurship support to make informed career choices.
Matthew Kurba, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like also thank the Honourable Minister for the reply. Sir, our youth nowadays are a frustrated lot, unemployed, even though most of them are well educated, but job opportunities are very less for our youth. Sir, only with these counseling centers, it seems no help can be given to our youth. However, may I suggest the department that counseling should start from the early days of the students, maybe from the school days and then college, so that these colleges or school can guide the youth which subject to take up in their later stage of their education.
please ask the question, please.
This is my submission, sir. My only question here is, I just want to know how many unemployed youth are there in our state?
Honorable Speaker, sir. So if you look at the question, sir, the principal question is about how many counseling or free coaching centers are there in our state. So it was not mentioned about the numbers of unemployed youth. So for that, sir, since it's not related to the principal question, I would require notice. But however, sir, some suggestions made by the honourable member, which I totally agree, that he has stated that the career counselling should start from a very early age. So when we talk about career counselling, it's not only confined to one department. It touches a few departments, like for example, like sports and youth affairs, and then labour, and then like the honourable member has mentioned, it also touches with the education department, which I do believe, sir, that when we talk about earlier career counselling, that there is a program started by the education department. So with that being said, sir, even from our department, we do have all these career counselings. But for the question that he has raised, for that, sir, I would require notice.
Thank you, sir.
One more question.
Right, sir. Thank you again. I'll just ask one more question. Out of those 34 career counseling centers, how many youth has gained employment out of their guidance?
So when we talk about career counselling, so we don't exactly have the numbers of how many youths have been employed. Because all of these youths, they come sometime in these 34 training centers that we have. They come for the counselling, and then whether they are, because it's about counselling, so not job placement. So after counselling has been given to all these youths, so some of them, so they go, elsewhere, and then they find jobs, or they don't find. We don't have that record, sir, with us. So, like I said, sir, when it comes to job placement, it's a different question altogether, sir. So for that, I will require notice.
One more, sir. May I request the Honourable Minister whether this counselling centre carry out a follow-up on those youths has been counselled, whether they get job or not?
Pardon, sir, if the honourable member can...
Sir, yeah. After giving counselling to these youths, is the department, are the centres carrying out a follow-up action to find out whether those youths got employment or not, or what are they doing after they got this different kind of counselling?
The honourable member wants to know whether there is a follow-up.
Sir, like I said, some of these youths, we do actually have the numbers with us, sir, in these training centres, but not all of them, sir. Like I said, some of them we do have the record, but some of them they don't come back to the training centres. So for that reason, sir, we don't have the entire number, but some of the numbers we do have, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, please, Dr. Mukul, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, this is a very important initiative. We embarked upon this initiative earlier during our time. We call it earlier Chief Minister's Career Guidance and Career Counseling. Now, it will be important for the House to know whether there is a structure laid down at different levels, because the question of access comes to the main constraint for the youth to have access to this opportunity. So how is the structure laid down across the state?
So structure, sir?
Speaker, as it is a very important aspect, and an aspect that is obviously linked with the youth of our state, I would like to take this
opportunity to clarify some points on this, sir. Sir, number one, in the past, there have been different kind of career programs that have taken place. And these happened at different levels. Sometimes the deputy commissioner used to conduct a one-day counseling session. Sometimes a particular college or university or school used to conduct it. Sometimes a locality used to do it. And they used to seek support from the government. And as mentioned by Leader of Opposition, that some structure was targeted in the past. But we realized that it was not having the desired impact. And hence, we have, as correctly mentioned by the Leader of Opposition, we have structured this entire process now. And we have connected the skill development or the MSSDS and connected the skill training program, and wherever the training programs are being conducted, this is where these 34 career advisors have been placed. And as the skilling, or rather before the skilling takes place, these career advisors then talk to these youngsters who come in and understand what are their desires, what are the skills that they have. And as I said, these people have then now been under an umbrella program where an agency trains these 34 career advisors, and then they are placed in different parts of the state, in different training centers which are providing the skill development. And based on that, as I said, the career guidance is given to them. And as we move forward, so this is the structured approach which the Leader of Opposition was referring to. So we have come to that kind of a structure now. And now we are quite hopeful, sir, that we'll be able to expand this now at a much larger scale. Apart from that, so Honorable Minister had mentioned already in his reply, but I'll just repeat some of that, that while the MSSDS now has been treated as the nodal agency, which will now work towards providing the counseling in a structured manner through the skilling agencies, which would be private as well as some government. And that's how we'll move forward. But apart from that also, so we have many other levels at which training programs or counseling programs are happening. The Chief Minister's Youth Development Scheme, under that also many counseling programs are taking place. We have counseling programs that take place even under the Yes Meghalaya program, where different agencies are supporting in that. So apart from that also, as I said, we have unstructured or independent counseling programs that are taking place. But the structured one, which the Honorable Leader of Opposition was referring to, is now being done by the MSSDS. And as I said earlier, they were happening in bits and pieces, but now we are linking it with skills, and in every skill training center, a career advisor is placed, and this career advisor speaks to the youths before they go or embark into a particular skilling program.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes, please. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for enlightening. Now here, what is important for us to know is the available job spaces, both in government sector and the private sector. Now, therefore, whether this structuring is designed in that direction to ensure that the job spaces available in the government sector, the youth are aware of the career path in diverse sectors. We have created quite a robust career path chart, which was done very efficiently by one of the deputy commissioners then. Based on some past experiences, we can always leverage upon and see how we can, because all through these years, what is pertinent for us to be focused on is the job spaces available in the government sector outside the state government, meaning different departments, different agencies, different public sectors, organizations under the government of India, including the defense. So these are the things which I would like to know, whether the structuring has been designed to achieve that kind of objective, so that the youth will be aware of the job spaces available in the diverse field, both in the private sector and the government sector?
Thank you, sir. This is a very, in fact, important question that has been asked. Sir, I will just take a minute to reply to that. Sir, as you will recall, even in the last budget and even the previous budget, I had shared the Vision 2030 of the government of Meghalaya, the MDA government. And sir, if you recall in the presentation which I had made during the reply, I had actually mapped in every sector what is the kind of job opportunity that we are expecting. So we had put a target that we should be at a 10 billion in 2028 and a 16 billion in 2032. And then we had broken down that target into a specific sector-wise, that in tourism, how much we will achieve, in IT, how much we will achieve, in agriculture, food processing, how much we will achieve. And in all those sectors, what is the investment that will be required from the government side and private sector to be mobilized to be able to achieve that growth in that sector was then identified, and we have worked out the whole thing. So to answer to the Honorable Leader of Opposition's question, is that so in each sector, in tourism sector, for example, we expect about 54,000 jobs to be required. And in each of these 54,000 jobs, whether the areas of, say, we require, say, for the hotels, people to work, because we'll be having, say, about 8 5-star hotels we expect in the next 3 to 4 years to come up. So how much manpower will be required for those? We require how many drivers to having because we expect certain number of tourists coming in. So just to give an example of the tourism sector. So like that, sir, we have broken up every department into the growth that we expect, the investment needed to be made by private and government, and the jobs to be created out of that. And then we have mapped it with this MSSDS to then provide that skilling and training. And then the career counselors are now mapping and guiding the children and telling them that, look, this is what's going to happen in tourism. So we do require in about 3 years' time, we'll require more chefs, we'll require more normal day-to-day workers in the hotels. So this is exactly what we're doing, sir. And as I said, when we talk of Mission 10, I only talk of the 10 billion. But this 10 billion, as I said, has been broken into exactly what the Honorable Leader of Opposition has said. And today we have more or less a rough idea of all the kind of jobs that will be required, that will be coming up in the next 3 years to even the next 10 years. And obviously it's a government sector also we are mapping in the same line.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had the privilege of actually watching the whole presentation. We have been enlightened by that. We appreciate the measures. But what is important here is that inherently the youth of the state are looking for spaces of jobs in the government sector. We are happy that today youth are looking at the job spaces in private sector. As we proceed further, as we evolve in our approach to somehow looking at the available opportunities, things will happen. But then at the same time, we did look at the spaces, particularly in the defense, in the army, huge spaces of job available for our tribals. Now, what is the main bottleneck for the youth is that they require hand-holding and counseling before the recruitment. So we did some of them in fact, the defense authorities were quite prompt enough to respond to the request of the government, and then we did it across some of the districts. So these are areas we appreciate the effort of the government to create job spaces in the private sector, but the importance of enabling our youth to take advantage of the job spaces available in government sector across the state and across the country. That is what is required to be done, and I hope that at least this will be somehow integrated in a manner that they have then choice whether the youth would like to opt for the private sector or the government sector.
Yes, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for the question. And as correctly mentioned, that in this entire career programs that we are organizing, so there are a list of domains and areas which we work on. And as mentioned by the Honorable Leader of Opposition, so defense services, banking and finance, education and training, healthcare, engineering, IT, even politics, public service, sports, architecture, tourism. So like that, sir, 25 domains have been identified, and obviously we guide them in those areas. And we do look at ensuring that guidance is given to them even when it comes to the government service. So therefore, it's all part of it. But sir, I do take this opportunity to also again mention to the House and to the citizens at large that we do roughly, on a rough estimate, depending on the particular year, about an average of about 70,000 people are being eligible to join the workforce every year. 70,000. And this is year on year, sir. And therefore, when you look at the kind of government jobs that are available, roughly, right now, sir, we are doing a recruitment of close to about 7,000 vacancies, which have been there for the last 20 years. All of that is being covered, and about 7,000 vacancies are being, recruitment processes going on in one board or the other. But on an average, sir, on an annual basis, again, depending on the retirements that take place, not more than 2,000 posts. So maybe even if you include all the other casual posts, maybe not more than 2,500 posts will be available at the government level for our youngsters. So it's quite limited compared to a workforce of 70,000 plus people who will be joining or eligible to join the workforce every year. So there is a deficit of about 67,500 jobs for us, and that is really the challenge that we faced. And that's where we came out with this entire idea of ensuring that this growth story must be linked to job creation, and private sector will have to play a very crucial role. So where I appreciate the Honorable Leader of Opposition's suggestions, and we've taken the suggestions and we are already working on most of them, sir. I just thought it's good to just mention to the House that at the end, we will need to see the growth in the private sector to be able to actually cater to the need of about 67,500 youths every year who will be eligible to join the workforce. And that's the reason why we are coming up with a more holistic plan. And this career guidance and career program that we have, counseling program that we have of career advisors, is also part of the overall larger plan that we have.
Rupa Marak, please. He has raised the hand from long time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Minister in charge the number of career counseling centers in Garo Hills region? I have framed some small questions, so I think I will put them all in one go, so that I won't have to stand up again and again. And the number of youths provided with the career counseling, free coaching in the Garo Hills region till that. And another one, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge the procedure through which the youths are being selected for the counseling and free coaching? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, the career counselings that are there in the Garo Hills region, sir, in West Garo Hills there are 8 training partners. The Southwest Garo Hills there are 3. The South Garo Hills there is 1. East Garo Hills 3. North Garo Hills 3. And sir, the other question that the honourable member has raised. So, sir, there's no such method to choose these youths. So, in fact, these career advisors have been given a task to not only give career counselings in these training centers. So, they've been given a task to sometimes go to communities, villages, and have group discussions or group sessions or individual sessions as well. So, there's no method that any youth who are eligible, who are qualified in the educational qualification that they have, they come to these training career centers and then they get the counseling.
I also asked about the number of youth provided with the career counseling and in the Garo Hills region till that.
So in the Garo Hills region, the number of youth as of 30th August 2025, the number of youth that have been provided with these career counselings are 430.
Barinik, please.
Sir, thank you. Sir, from the reply of Honorable Minister, he said 34 training center is there in the state of Meghalaya. May I get the name and the address of all these 34 training centers? I understand it will be a long list. I will request the Honorable Minister if he agreed to lay this list on the table of the House. And if possible, in that list, one column, if he can create that the kind of training that is available, in each of the centers. That is the question, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir. So the list of the domains, I think the Honorable Chief Minister has already mentioned that we have 25 domains. And the other parts, sir, where the 34 training centers that are available in our state, sir, I'm happy to lay on the table of the House.
So, I think this question is getting a long time. Okay, one more, please.
May I know from the Honorable Minister whether grassroots center also include in these 34 centers that you mentioned in the reply?
So, grassroots centers is altogether a different thing, because grassroots center is for the, it deals with sports, sir. So this is about career counseling centers. So these are two different things, sir.
So I think even sports also has become a career now.
Yes, sir. So we've already mentioned in the career counseling. So this is career counseling. So in terms of sports, we are giving them counseling, but the grassroots center deals with football. It's two different things, sir.
Okay, we move
Yes, sir.
on to now the next question. Sorry?
One question, sir. May I request the Honorable Minister to also, while placing on the floor of the table of the House, the records with regards to all these 34 training centers, kindly provide the details of the career advisors and their background.
So all the details will be provided in the
So we move on to question number 3, brought by Sri Bright Starwell Marbanyang, MLA. Marcus N. Marak, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Answer to start question number 3, sir. A, sir, the total amount of drinking water needed daily in Shillong City, including areas not covered under Greater Water Supply Scheme Phase 1 and Phase 2, is 5,58,30,000 liters. B, the total amount of drinking water supplied daily in Shillong. The total amount of drinking water in Shillong is 4,17,80,000 liters, sir. C, the deficit/shortages of drinking water in Shillong is 1,40,50,000 liters. D, the total amount of drinking water needed daily in Meghalaya is 92,50,000 liters. E, the total amount of drinking water supplied daily in Meghalaya is 64,75,000 liters. F, so the deficit/shortages of drinking water in Meghalaya is 27,75,000 liters. G, sir, in Shillong City, the gap is expected to reduce on completion of Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3. With respect to Meghalaya, a scheme under JJM, namely Shillong, Lo Maunai, Tlong, Mawiong, and B1, B3 WSS is ongoing, and a number of schemes are under process.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Yes.
I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the elaborate response to the question. Water is becoming increasingly scarce on a global scale, and Shillong and the entire state is no exception to this problem. And my supplementary question is, since when the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3 started? I would also like to know the progress of the work so far, and when can we expect to complete?
Sir, the Greater Shillong Supply Scheme Phase 3 year of sanction was 2010-2008. Sanction amount was 19 lakh 349.72 lakhs. Revised amount 25 lakh 906.72 lakhs. Re-revised 32 lakh 507.54 lakhs. The project covered augmentation of, I'll give you all the entire information so that you can have a knowledge about it. Augmentation of water supply to 4 urban centers, that is Nongpo, Meghalaya, Shillong Municipal Board, Shillong Cantonment Board, and to provide coverage to Punthomkra, Nongmensong, and Madanriting. Design capacity was for 8 MLD. Revised estimate on distribution system was prepared along with additional work for Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3, for which an additional amount of 6,557.00 lakhs was sanctioned and 4,600 lakhs was allocated from special central assistance to states for capital expenditure. On account of delay, re-revised estimate for the amount of 32,507.54 lakhs was sanctioned on 15 March 2027 under Urban Water Supply Scheme State Plan.
May I know from the Minister, maybe he had missed, he had given the details of the project so far, and may I know from him the progress of work, as well as when can we expect the project to complete, because it has been too long. The project started in 2008, and the citizens of Shillong, including my constituency, have been looking forward for the completion of this scheme, so as to ease the problem as far as water shortages is concerned. So may I know from the Minister concerned?
Yes, sir. I agree that this project has been have not been completed for too long. There are multiple reasons for that, which I have here on this August House on several occasions. I have already explained. There were several multiple reasons for which this project was delayed. But ultimately, this project has kicked off, and the work is at 78% now. The pumping stage 2, which will pump the water from third phase to the treatment plant, we are expecting that to be, started by November. We will be able to push the water to the treatment plant from the next November. We are hoping to that. So it's 78% now.
So can I take it from the Honorable Minister that by November this year, we can expect the completion of the project?
So that is the only phase 1 of the project, phase 1, in the sense it will be pumping from the source to the treatment plant. And there are a distribution part which is still pending. There are distribution parts. We are expected to complete it by next March, entire project.
So as per the reply of the Honorable Minister, it seems that as far as the phase 3 is concerned, we are still within stage 1 of the phase 3.
No, I mean to say that the pumping stage 1 is also there, stage 2 is there. Stage 1, pump the water to the stage 2, and stage 2 pump has already, is the pumping from where the water will be pumped to the treatment plant. What I meant to say is that the water will be pumped from the stage 2, from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 2 to treatment plant. That will commence hopefully by November.
So we can expect by March that the project will complete.
Hopefully, we are trying our level best to complete that.
Okay, my next supplementary question is whether the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme, the phase 3, that we are talking is also meant for Meghalaya apart from Shillong city as a whole. And the next supplementary question is that what are the different schemes for bridging the deficit of water shortages of 27,75,000 liters daily for Meghalaya? I would like to know the different schemes as you have mentioned specifically.
So we are going to supply from Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme third phase to the Meghalaya. And apart from that also, I have already replied here, sir, that the Greater Meghalaya will be supplied from other schemes also. Other schemes like JJM, namely Shillong, Low Meghalaya, Tulong, Mawang, B2, B3, WSS is ongoing. These are the projects which will be augmented in terms of water supply to the Meghalaya.
Yes, sir, I can see from the reply that you have given, where you mentioned that one part of it is the JJM, namely the Shillong Water Supply Scheme, which actually covered only a fraction of the total population of Meghalaya. But again here, you have mentioned that that a number of schemes are under process. So may I know what are these other schemes apart from the Greater Water Shillong Supply Scheme and the JJM?
Sir, mostly those are not covered under the Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme phase 3, will be covered under JJM, sir. They are all undergoing work, sir.
Your questions are over.
Just one more, sir. I need clarification on this, sir. See, as per the reply, you said that, I'll just read as it is. So in Shillong City, the gap is expected to reduce on completion of Greater Shillong Water Supply Scheme Phase 3. With respect to Meghalaya, a scheme under JJM, namely Shillong, Lomonei, Tlong, Moyong, and Block 13 Water Supply Scheme is ongoing. And a number of schemes are under process. What I'm asking is the number of other schemes apart from the above mentioned.
Has already replied, but just for the information of the House, so that there is a sense of further expectation and confidence also. So the new Shillong Water Supply Scheme, as you know, is also in the pipeline. Already about 700 crores has been sanctioned for that project, and that also will impact overall water supply in Shillong area and the surrounding zones. So therefore, that is one of the major projects. At the same time, sir, we have also exploring the options. We have got multiple options, but we have finally zeroed down on one particular one, which is the name of the project is on the river Ungot and Dauki River, the Warin Them project, sir, is under very, very active consideration. And once this project comes in, it's on the eastern part of Shillong. And once that comes in, so this will also be something that will add about 33 million liters of water per day. So therefore, this is another major project that's coming up, but it's still in the planning stage. It's still in the DPR, so I don't think I can say that it is already sanctioned, but we have looked at and studied 4 options, and just so that people are aware that it's not that we're just looking at 1 or 2 things, but we had options of looking at the existing utilized perennial water source of the Wa Umyu at Moplang Dam. We had looked at options of Wa Umi for the existing water treatment plant at Moplang. We also had looked at Wa Suktia again for the existing water treatment plant in Moplang, and the Warin Them water supply was also looked at. So after looking at all of these and studying by the department and by planning department and the government, we have zeroed down that option 4 looks to be the most appropriate financially, as well as the impact it will have on the people of Shillong City. So all these projects out of this, we are looking at these, and as I said, the new Shillong water supply also is at a very advanced stage. A lot of work is going on. So we expect these few projects to add further relief to the overall water supply in the city, in capital city of Shillong and adjoining areas.
Dr. Mukul Sama, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from the Minister in charge. Now, the fact is that we are very fortunate that we have a number of rivers which are used as the source for supplying this crucial requirement of water for the Shillong city and the suburbs. Now, the issue of the hydrology of the rivers, from which are the sources for these drinking water supply schemes, has been a matter of concern for the state. And therefore, in fact, this problem is pertinent to every state, not only for Shillong or Meghalaya. Therefore, Government of India has also factored certain interventions which should revolve around ensuring sustainability of these sources from the hydrology perspective. And with this whole erratic weather behavior, we all know what the challenges are now and what are the challenges that we're going to face in future. Therefore, from this perspective, there has been a number of initiatives, both by Government of India and the state also. We are aware of the huge fund which has been built by the government under EAP. These are also designed to supplement these efforts, and therefore whether these initiatives and interventions to ensure sustainability of the sources of, rather the sources which are being used for these particular projects are factored in the project.
So since this is a larger question, which is beyond PHE departments, in the sense it is connected, but it is linked with soil conservation, with water resources, and the EAP projects. I'll take the opportunity to just to clarify in a very short way that so the points mentioned by the Leader of Opposition is exactly the way we are looking at things right now. And if you look at the overall departments that are connected, so we have what we call a Climate Council. And in this Climate Council, it is chaired by the Chief Minister. And the Climate Council has got all the linked departments, whether it's forest environment, water resources, PHE, soil conservation, mining department, so on and so forth. Every, I should say, every department that is affected or related to water supply is actually linked to this Climate Council that we have. And this was guided by the water policy that we created in 2019. If you're aware, sir, we were the first state to adopt a water policy. And based on that policy, different interventions started, sir. And therefore, if you look at the externally aided projects that we have, a large part of our externally aided projects are actually for natural resource management, for the conservation of the springs or rejuvenation of springs, for the conservation of the catchment areas. And these projects are going on right now, sir, as we speak. So therefore, as rightly mentioned, we are aware of these challenges, sir. In fact, this year has been a very, very difficult year for the farmers, very difficult year for people also, and we have seen almost close to 50% deficiency in rain. So these challenges, as mentioned, we expect that will grow. So hence we anticipate this, and hence the programs to put up different kinds of projects to look at all the different kind of water sources is being actively considered, and implementation in many of them is taking place as we speak.
The question hour is over. Before we come to the next item, I am to inform the House that I have called a meeting of the Business Advisory Committee on 8 September 2025 at 11:30 a.m. in my office chamber at the Assembly Building in Rilbong to revise the calendar for the autumn session 2025. The revised calendar is placed on the table of the honorable members. Now we come to item number 2, 0 hour. Let me inform the House that there is a 0-hour notice tabled by Sri Rupert Moman, MLA, under Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in Hub News dated 22nd July 2025, under the caption, Gamaingapa Mechek Bisako Manpul Kujainga, missing girl not yet found. Sri Rupert Moman, MLA, please. Kindly be brief in your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for admitting to table the 0-hour notice on the rules 49A of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of the Business of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. The news published on 22nd July 2025, Hub News, under the caption, Gamaingapa Mechik Bisako Manpul Kujainga, that is to say, missing girl not yet found. Sir, Raja Simla is a village under Calcutta CNRD block, North Garo Hills district in Meghalaya. The geographical location of this area is, one side is border of Assam and other side is a quasi hill tracts. The Raja Simla village is very, very important because the American Baptist Mission started its mission on 1867, July 14. The architect of this mission was Dr. Miles Brunson. So on 18th of July 2025, a little girl, her name is Donkame Sangma, daughter of Dengsan Khemara, age about 6 years old. She went out to play with her friends to nearby place. That is, according to their statement, 1 p.m. And when the parents came back at around 3 p.m., she was not there at home. So relatives, neighbors, they start searching, but she was not there in that particular area. So they filed FIR missing a report to the Calcutta police station, that is about 7 kilometers away from the village. After that, police, public, rescue team, dog squad, and the drone team, all of them, they search. As a local representative, I monitor for a week, but the little girl could not find anywhere. Sir, this incident is very peculiar in nature. This is the first time in the area that missing girl or anybody is not found whether life or death. So my submission that the state government, my government, should tighten the intelligence branch, because this may be happen in Raja Simla, North Garo Hills. It may happen anywhere in the state and bring chaos to the society. With this submission, I resume my seat.
Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Honourable Member from Calcutta constituency, Shri Rupert Momin, for bringing into the attention of this August House the grave and sensitive matter concerning The disappearance of a minor girl from Upper Raja Simla village in the Kakuta police station in North Garo Hills district. Sir, first and foremost, I want to assure this esteemed House and the public that the government is treating this case with the utmost seriousness. From the moment the missing person report was filed, police along with other agencies and the community have been working tirelessly to find the child and uncover the circumstances of her disappearance. On 18 July 2025, approximately at 9:30 p.m., the father of the missing child, Shri Ding San Armanak, filed a missing report at Karkuta police station stating that his 6-year-old daughter was missing from their home in Upper Raja Simla since around 1:30 p.m. that day. The family had left her at home with her older siblings while they went for a day of MGNREGA work nearby. A search was immediately initiated by the family and villagers, but when she could not be found, the police were informed. Sir, upon receiving the report, the police acted swiftly. An alert was sent via wireless message to all police stations, outposts, beat houses in Assam and Meghalaya, including a photo of the child. The case was formally registered at the Women Police Station, North Garo Hills, via Mendipatha Women Police Case number 19/2025 under section 137 subclause 2/140 3 sub 3 and 4 BNS. The child's details were also entered into the CCTNS missing child portal, but Meghalaya as per standard operating procedure. Sir, an intensive search operation was launched immediately. The IO along with other police personnel visited the village, interviewed family members and gathered information from neighbors. A neighbor's child stated that they last saw the missing child playing near a church compound. The search expanded to cover of every probable location, including streams, wells, caves, and nearby forests. Local villagers along with various non-governmental organizations joined the police in large numbers, demonstrating an inspiring level of community solidarity. Sir, the search operation was further bolstered by the arrival of the Special Force SF-10, the Search and Rescue Team, the Fire and Emergency Services, and a K9 unit with a trained dog. Drones were also deployed to scan the difficult terrain. The search parties were organized into multiple groups, each led by a police officer or village leader familiar with the area. Despite these comprehensive efforts, no trace of the missing girl was found. Sir, as part of the investigation, several leads have been pursued, including the possibility of outside involvement. The police have also coordinated with Assam Police to verify related inputs, including inquiries with scrap dealers and other potential suspects. One individual has been arrested in connection with this case, while some individuals were examined. No conclusive evidence has yet emerged. Sir, despite the exhaustive multi-agency and interstate coordination, no trace of the missing child has been found as of date, and the case remains under active investigation. The police are leaving no stone unturned to gather evidences, pursue leads, and bring resolution to this distressing matter. Sir, with these few words, I once again thank the honourable member from Karkuta constituency for his concern and for tabling this 0-hour notice. The matter continues to be accorded highest priority, and every possible effort is being made to bring the child back to her family and ensure justice is served.
Now we come to item number 3, call attention notice. Shri Heatherstone Khalpran, MLA, to call the attention of the Minister in Charge Home, Civil Defence and Home Guard under Rule 54, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in the Shillong Times dated 14 August 2025 under the caption, Home Guard found dead in Assam while on training. Shri Livingstone Kalpran, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. I rise today to call the attention of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of Home Department under the Rule 54, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rule of Procedure and Conduct of Business of Meghalaya Legislative Assembly to bring the attention of this August House on the matter of such incident concerning the newspaper report published on the local newspaper Shillong Times dated 12 April 2025 and that captioned Home Guard founded in Assam while on training. Sir Shri Ribok Khar Sawian, age 34, Home Guard personnel, was a resident of Morangkaneng and went to Guwahati to attend the training on basic disaster management at the NDRF battalion camp in Changsari, Assam, which commenced from 7 April 2025 to 6 June 2025. But on the 9 April 2025, Shri Ribok Khar Sawian went missing and later his body was found under mysterious circumstances. Report says that he may have died of heart attack. But the exact cause of his death is not yet confirmed till date. Sir late Ribok Khar Sawian was about to complete 5 years of service and survived by his wife and a little daughter. Just the last few days she called me and she wanted to know about the outcome of the post-mortem report. And so nothing has been, no assistance has been extended to the family of the deceased. So I strongly urge the government that a proper and fair inquiry into the cause of his death should be ordered immediately, and also to ensure that intensified and high priority investigation to the case by including specialized team. So I also want to urge the government that while before sending for training, proper health checkup should be there. And also, while under training, proper safety measures and supervision also should be there, sir. So I urge that quick access to medical help in case of emergency. And sometimes I wish that whatever the information is available should be shared between the state government department concerned and the family of the deceased. So this unfortunate incident also shows that more care is needed whenever the state personnel are sent for training, especially outside the state. And so I found that our young men and women who serve under this Home Guard and civil defense found to be very dedicated, sincere and hardworking. So I feel it is our responsibility to see that they are protected, and even their families also need support at a time of tragedy. So this particular incident has caused immense worry and distress to his family and even the entire village community. So lastly, sir, I demand justice into the matter. I appeal to the government to take serious action on the matter and to put better system in place and to see that this thing should not happen in future. With these few submissions, sir, I receive my seat. Thank you, sir.
Minister in charge to reply, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I'm very thankful to the Honorable MLA from Morangkaneng constituency, Mr. Livingstone Kalpran, who brought this calling attention under the Home Civil Defense and Home Guard under the Rule 51, one of the Rules of Conduct of Business, to the new item published in Shillong Times dated 14/2025 under the caption Home Guard found dead in Assam while on training. Chairman, sir, as per the record, let me reply regarding this. Shri Riboksan Dakhar Savian, ex-guardsman, joined the Civil Defense Home Guards on the 1 December 2020 as a guardsman and was posted in the District Training Center Home Guards, East Kazil at Maudingdiang, Shillong. As per letter number G3/2025-68, dated 4th April 2025, copy attached, Ribok Sondakhar Savian, along with 22 personnel from the Warriors Unit of the Civil Defense and Home Guard were nominated to attend the basic training management course at 1st Battalion National Disaster Response Force, Guwahati, that is from 7 April 2025 to 2nd June 2025 accordingly. Late Riboksan Dakhar Savian, along with other personnel, departed for the set training on the 6th April 2025 by the departmental boss. Along with the 22 personnel, late Riboksan Dakhar Savian had attended the training, that is from 7 April 2025 at NDRF Training Institute located at Changsari, Assam. However, on the 9th April 2025, he was reported missing from the training area. At the parent unit, the Office of District Training Home Guards, East Kazil, has first received information about the missing guardsman on 10th April 2025 at around 6:30 p.m. from his colleague. The news was further confirmed by the NDRF on the 10th April 2025. The Directorate of Civil Defense Home Guards was also informed about the missing of guardsman on the 10th April 2025 by the District Home Guard Commandant, East Kazil. According to the NDRF official, after roll call on the 9th April 2025, late Riboksan Dakhar Savian proceeded to the washroom to take a bath at approximately 7 p.m. However, he did not return to the training barrack. One of the trainees at NDRF Training Institute, Guardsman Sikom Tri Maulong, also informed that on the 9th April 2025, late Riboksan Dakhar Savian, while in the barrack, came and requested him to lend his bucket as he wanted to take a bath. Guardsman Maulong handed over the bucket as requested and proceeded toward the dining hall to have dinner. After finishing his dinner, he came back to the barrack and was thinking of taking a bath at around 8 p.m. approximately. However, he noticed his bucket missing, and as late Riboksan Dakhar Savian did not come back to the barrack, he went to search of him to the bathing area. Guardsman Maulong could not find him and went back to the barrack to inform his fellow trainees, and they started their search for late Riboksan Dakhar Savian, but they only found the bucket, clothes, towel and soap near the bathing area. They searched the entire campus, but as they could not locate his whereabouts, they informed officials from NDRF at around 9:40 approximately. A search team comprising of 24 personnel, with the 6 personnel in each team, conducted the search till 1 a.m., but they could not trace his whereabouts on the night of 9 April 2025. The search continued again at around 5:30 a.m. approximately on the 10th April 2025. On receiving the information about the missing guardsman on the 10th April 2025, the Directorate of Civil Defense and Home Guard instructed the District Home Guard Commandant, East Kazil, to direct the inspector from NDRF Sri B.K.R. Yadavto to file a missing report immediately at the nearest police station. Accordingly, on the same day, the Directorate also instructed the Commandant, Border Wing Home Guards Battalion Meghalaya and the District Home Guard Commandant East Kazil to proceed to Guwahati to take stock of the situation at NDRF training area. However, before proceeding toward Guwahati, the District Home Guard Commandant East Kazil received a telephone call from one of the trainees, guardsman Sikamtri Maulang, that one dead body was found by the police from Kauripur Police Outpost and that the body had been kept at the GNRC hospital and they needed to confirm whether it was late Riboksan Khar Savian. It was only after some time that the District Home Guard Commandant East Kazil received another call from Guardsman Sikamtri Maulang, who informed him that the body that was found was a late Riboksan Khar Savian. At around 12 noon on the 10 April 2025, the Commandant Border Wing Home Guards Battalion and the District Home Guards Commandant East Kazil proceeded to Guwahati and met the brother and relatives of late Riboksan Khar Savian halfway. The officers informed them that the body of the late guardsman has been shifted to AIM Hospital from GNRC Hospital as per information received from the NDRF official. The Commandant Border Wing Home Guards Battalion and the District Home Guards Commandant East Kazil proceeded toward Azara and met the Commandant and under senior officers of NDRF 1 Battalion, 1st Battalion, who then briefed them about matter pertaining to late Riboksan Khar Savian disappearance. The Commandant Border Wings Home Guard Battalion and the District Home Guard Commandant East Kazil then proceeded toward Kauripur Police Outpost with the intention of filing an FRR on the death of late guardsman. However, Sri Roland Dihar, brothers of late Riboksan Khar Savian, informed them that they had registered an FIR and had left the outpost or body of late Riboksan Khar Savian was already kept in the mode of AIMS Guwahati. On 11 April 2025, the District Home Guards Commandant along with the staff from the District Training Home Guard Shillong proceeded again to AIM Hospital, Guwahati, where a post-mortem of late Riboksan Khar Savian was to be conducted. On the reaching AIMS Hospital, the officer met the family members of the deceased, trainees from our department, and trainees from Assam along with the police team from Kauripur Police Outpost. While the post-mortem was being conducted, District Home Guards Commandant East Kazil inquired from Inspector B.K.R. Yadav, NDRF, regarding the steps that were taken from their end to locate the missing guardsman. He stated that once they received the information from the trainees regarding the disappearance of late Riboksan Khar Savian, they immediately initiated the search from 9:40 p.m. approximately and continued till 1 a.m. in the morning. The search was again reiterated on 10/4/25 at around 5:30, and when he received a phone call to file a missing report at the nearest polling station, he immediately proceeded to Changsari Police Station along with some of the trainees from the department. On the reaching Changsari Police Station, the policeman on duty inquired from them regarding the purpose of their visit. They informed him that they came to file a missing report of late Riboksan Khar Savian, who was found missing on the 9th April 2025. The policeman on duty informed him that unknown male dead body was found by police personnel of Kauripur Police Outpost from the highway opposite to Hotel Bodlik in the Changsari Baihatacharali Road. The policeman on duty also showed a picture of late Riboksan Khar Savian. The personnel then left Chancery Police Station and proceed to Kauripur Police Outpost, where they met the in-charge, Sri H. Sharma, who after processing all documents took them to GNRC Hospital to see the body. The trainees, on seeing the body, were able to identify that it was late Riboksan Kharsavian. After completion of the post-mortem, the body of late Riboksan Khar was handed over to the family and was transported by the departmental mortuary van from Ames County to his residence at Maurkaneng. The Office of District Training Home Guards East Kharsil assisted the family of the deceased guardsman in acquiring the death certificate as well as preliminary post-mortem report on the 18th June 2025. The death certificate and post-mortem report were handed over to the family members of late Riboksan Kharsavian. On receiving the death certificate of late Riboksan Kharsavian, the Office of the District Training Center Commandant East Kharsil immediately proceed the leave encashment amounting of 1,49,795 only, which was credited to his wife Srimati Evelyn Lamare on the 8/7/2025. However, the NPS contribution could not be credited to his wife since he had nominated his daughter, who is still a minor, as per instruction received from the Treasury Office. There are certain documents like PAN card, Aadhaar card and bank details of the minor daughter which are to be submitted to the Treasury Office for processing the NPS contribution, and the same was communicated to the wife of late Riboksan Kharsavian to submit the required document as earliest. On the 18th August 2025, the family member requested the Office of the District Training Center Humkat East Kharsil to take up the matter with the North Guwahati Police to issue a clearance certificate and to submit the same at Ames Guwahati for getting a final post-mortem report. Accordingly, the office has written to the officer in charge, North Guwahati Outpost, on the 22nd August 2025 to issue the clearance so that the same can be submitted at AIM Hospital, Guwahati, and that the final post-mortem may be collected by the deceased guardsman families. However, the District Training Center Humkat East Kharsil has been informed that the final post-mortem report has not been completed till date. Sorry.
Shri Livingstone Khalpran, you may seek one clarification, please.
So I just want to appeal to the government that to always put better system in place to see it, or to prevent that such incident should not take place in future.
Yes, as per the suggestion by the honourable member, we are noted, sir.
Now we come to item number 4, short duration. Shri Alden Miller Basaimoy, MLA, to raise a short duration discussion under Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to discuss about the autonomous district councils in the state, which are the constitutional bodies constituted under the provision of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. The administration of the day-to-day affair in the autonomous districts is vested in the district councils. Hence, the decision of the state government to pay the salaries of the employees is not only unconstitutional, but it also an act of intrusion into the domain of the councils and undermine their autonomy. The short duration notice has been supported by Shri Bright Starol Malbanyang MLA and Shri Livingstone Khalpran MLA. Shri Alden Miller Basaimoy MLA, may initiate, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Honourable Speaker for allowing me to raise this short duration discussion. So, it is rather shocking to see the sudden change of heart in the leadership of the MDA government. When the government announced that it will begin to pay the salaries of the ADC's employees from November 2025. So, for the benefit of this August House, I would like to remind that the Deputy Chief Minister of the state had on the 22nd December 2020 stated that the state government is not duty-bound to bail district councils out of their financial mess as they come under the purview of the 6th schedule. He further stated that ADCs have their own sources of revenue. He also informed that the state government is only looking for ways and means to clear the outstanding share of taxes to the ADCs. This stand has been reiterated by the Honorable Chief Minister on the 7th August 2025, when he said that it is not the duty of the government to pay salaries for the employees of the ADCs. So now everyone is caught by surprise to see the announcement of the state government to take over the payment of salary of the employees of the ADCs. It has triggered a serious debate and discussion among the people. The people are anxious to know what is the motive behind this move. When one looks on the face of it, one may consider it as a right step to help the employees. It won't be wrong to see it as an act of kindness to share the burden of the ADCs. However, sir, what we are going to discuss today is a pointer towards a bigger issue. So it is quite laughable that the government, which was not willing to release the share of the KHADC and which had manipulated to deprive the rights of MDCs representing urban constituencies. The government who had just recently said that it is not the duty of the government to help the ADCs when it comes to the problem of the employees in the Garo Hills Autonomous District Council. It is also very interesting to note that the state government is not keen all along to intervene the problem faced by the employees of the GHADC, Garo Hills Autonomous District Council, even after the completion of 44 months. So, moreover, the state government has not shown any interest to solve the problem faced by the urban constituencies of district councils. Perhaps because these constituencies are not represented by MDCs belonging to the MDA's partner. These MDCs are deprived of schemes which are always entitled as fellow MDCs, on the pretext that their areas fall under the municipality. So, this is due to the failure of the state government to take up the matter with the government of India and the ministry concerned that many villages, though they fall under the administration of the municipal, yet they form part of the district council or the tribal areas. It is understood, sir, that once the ministry is seized of the matter, there will be no more scope for the state government to manipulate the funds which are meant for the district council. Sir, does it not sound funny that MDC schemes, which are supposed to be implemented by the elected body, is now being implemented by the municipal? Or in other words, sir, the schemes which are supposed to be implemented by elected body are now being implemented by body which is not elected. So, another point that I would like to raise is that Meghalaya, as we all know, is a cash-strapped and debt-ridden state. And the government is struggling financially to manage the affairs of the state. As it is, Meghalaya's debt to gross state domestic product is still among the Indian states with the highest debt to GSDP ratio. And Meghalaya has a significantly higher debt burden compared to the national average and some other northeastern states. So, it is a matter of fact that ADCs are constitutional bodies that have been mandated with the duties and responsibilities to carry out the day-to-day administration of the councils. So the question here is under which provision of the 6th schedule that the state government decided to pay the salaries for the employees of the ADCs. We are made to understand that the payment of salaries to the employees is not going to be a one-time scheme. Therefore, we need to know from the government the source of funds and the head of accounts that the government is going to operate. So, I would like to refer to the text agreement signed among the government of India, the state government, and the ANBC. According to the text agreement, sir, there are 2 points that I would like to share in this August House and make a mention in my submission, sir. As per the point 7.2, it was agreed that, I quote, an effective procedure to release funds coming from both state and the central government to the council will be put in place to ensure their utilization for the intended purpose without diversion or delay. A mechanism should be evolved jointly through mutual consultation between state government and the council, unquote. Another point, sir, 7.7, further emphasize that an independent body like the State Finance Commission will be constituted to recommend establishing a proper basis for fund allocations and sharing of tax proceeds between the state government and the autonomous council administration. The government of India and the government of Meghalaya will initiate steps for necessary modification in the constitutional and other relevant legislative, procedural, regulatory regime. So it implies that once the State Finance Commission comes into operation, the state government will not be in a position to control or deny the ADCs from availing the funds uninterrupted. Perhaps another reason which led the state government to take this decision because they are aware that huge amount of funds would flow to the council, sir. So therefore, in view of what I've said, I would like to request the state government to increase the budget allocation for ADCs if at all they are really serious with the problem of the district council, sir, and allow them to function independently without too much of interference from the state government. The government should also release immediately the share of the KHADC. And why should the government, for that matter, bothers about the success or the failure of the district council? It is a known fact that the failure of these ADCs is because of their own doings and corruption. Therefore, if the government is truly concerned about the well-being of the councils, the state government should not hesitate to initiate an inquiry to find out the real cause that brings ADCs into the present situation. And let the government stay away from the day-to-day administration of the ADCs. So I hope I've been able to send across a very clear message to the government. Though I don't want to explicitly mention the hidden agenda of the government as far as this issue is concerned. I leave it to the wisdom of the people to judge and see the ill motive intention of the government as far as this issue is concerned. With this few words, sir, thank you.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, please. But may I inform the House that since this is a short duration discussion, so the time may please be checked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I would like to thank Honorable Member Arden Basamoit for having tabled this very important matter for discussion under the relevant rules of procedure and conduct of business, to have a short discussion on this very crucial issue. In fact, we are confronted by this challenge, and therefore there is a need to have a clarity about any step that the government may decide to take in order to mitigate the challenges that is confronting the state. And this is all before us. It is definitely confusing only because of the fact that the statement coming from the government authorities and at the level of Chief Minister himself is contradictory. It somehow appears as though the announcement that the government will assume upon itself the whole responsibility of paying the salaries of the employees of the ADCs was somehow an offshoot of some kind of lack of clarity to really align the charted path ahead in sync with the whole spirit and principle of the sixth schedule of the Constitution of India. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to be just brief. We have this Para 13 under the sixth schedule of the Constitution of India, which is self-explanatory again. The onus of responsibility of understanding the needs of the ADCs. And based on that, how this whole integration of effort, collective effort, to do justice to all the delegations of responsibility to ADCs, as per the mandate of the Constitution, read 6 schedule of the Constitution of India, can be given fruition in the right earnest, with the sole intention of further strengthening the ADCs. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are all somehow or other, directly or indirectly, connected with the historic occasion when we put our hands to the agreement, which the honorable mover of this short duration discussion has just referred to. The tax settlement agreement, tripartite agreement involving Government of India, the state government, and the then NBC. This tax settlement agreement was an offshoot of a collective, exhaustive discussion by all the political parties at that point of time. And in fact, this whole thing was deliberately discussed upon in this August House in order to ensure that we are on the same page, to ensure unanimity in our approach, because we were embarking upon something new with that commitment to fulfill that intent which is scripted and formatted in the tax settlement agreement. I was there, a witness, on the 24th of September 2014 when this was signed, in the presence of the then Union Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh ji. And subsequent to that, we have that huge program which was witnessed by the people of the state, where we have the disbanding of the then band outfit. But here, look at the intent. Intent is to strengthen and further delegate powers and responsibility in sync with this agreement. Agreement signed by sovereign government. That means we have committed. That means we have promised. Any attempt to make a U-turn from this agreement is a betrayal. Government cannot be seen and perceived by the citizens across the state and across the nation as betrayers, because it will have its own ramification in the future. Therefore, the spirit which guided us, the intent, the honest intent which guided us, is reflective of our commitment to strengthen the ADCs. Whereas the stand of the incumbent government, the present government, is contrary to that intent. Meaning, rather than the intent revolving around the need to further strengthen by giving effect to these agreements, dilution of the power. That is something which draws our serious concern, Mr. Speaker, sir, because there has been time when certain subjects which were vested with ADCs were already taken away. The power, as per the mandate of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of India, to administer the primary education has already been taken over by the state. Reason? The reason was that, okay, district council was, ADCs were not being able to pay the salary to the teachers on a regular basis. Whereas, on the contrary, today, what agreement we have entered into is to see that when we are confronted by similar kind of challenges, we do not have to have any such situation where we should grapple around to find answers. The answer is already there. And relevant provisions of the Constitution, I would not like to go into details because I have also tabled a resolution to that regard. But then government is responsible to go through all the available spaces of the constitutional provision and also look at the pending responsibility of giving effect to the intent of the tax settlement agreement and see that how these responsibilities can be fulfilled by somehow seeing that we stay glued and honest to the intent of what has been collectively agreed upon in the tax settlement agreement. In fact, it was a very arduous job to have this tax settlement agreed upon. I would like to only mention here which should guide the government of the day to remind ourselves that rather than weakening the ADCs, the intent is to strengthen the ADCs. Here in the para 2.1 of this tax settlement agreement, what does it say? Additional subjects mentioned below will be transferred to the council under para 6.2 of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution. Minor works in PWD, minor works in PhD, PhD, minor projects in animal husbandry and veterinary, minor projects in agriculture, minor projects in weaving and sericulture, minor projects in handloom and textiles, minor projects in minor irrigation, minor projects in fisheries, in tourism and forest, art and culture, and registration of birth and death, rural and urban subjects. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the tax settlement is available with all of us. And I think the intent which was reflected in the tax settlement agreement is self-explanatory. Therefore, I think, I am sure that good sense will prevail in the, means amongst all of us, and the government will look at this very huge responsibility of giving effect to this intent and see that the government stand very clear on its whatever steps or measures the government is trying to take. And there is a need to also have transparency in their thoughts, because if there was some reason to arrive at that kind of decision, it must have been born out of discussion, deliberation, exhaustive exercise, but that was missing. So it was a one-sided unilateral decision which is contrary to the intent, and we should all stand together to ensure that the provision of the 6th Schedule is further implemented in letter and spirit, and see that ADCs do get further strengthened and further empowered and are not made to remain as orphans under the present circumstances. Let a clear message be passed on by the government so that there will be enough reason for people to restore faith and confidence in our approach to dealing with this very important mandate of the Constitution, which has been given for the purpose of ensuring protection of our people's identity, culture, vibrant way of life, and many other aspects of the tribals. In fact, we are fortunate that our framers of the Constitution made it possible to have this particular provision in the Constitution of India, and we must see how we can further strengthen these provisions and do justice to the aspirations of our people in general. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have every reason to believe that the government of the day will take cognizance of this whole responsibility and shall remain committed to our whatever commitment we have given through this tax settlement agreement which was signed involving Government of India, state government, and the party who were met to sign on behalf of the aspirations of the people. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope, because many other aspects have been very well articulated by the mover of this short duration discussion, and hope the positive response to that effect shall be coming forth from the government.
Any other member? Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I am so thankful to the honourable member who is also the mover of this short duration discussion motion, by Aden Basaumoit, who brought this discussion today, and also participated by the Honorable LO, Sri Dr. Mukul Sangma, and both of them has already highlighted few concerns about the recent announcement and also ultimately the decision taken by the cabinet as far as bailing out the challenges made by the three autonomous district council in our state. Sir, let me start with by saying and clarifying here to all the members of this august house that the government of the day does not at all have any intention of encroaching, infringing the authority, the constitutional mandate made by the Constitution of India itself to the functioning of these three autonomous district council. Though the day when the cabinet decided that committee from the state level as well as subcommittee in the district level will be constituted, which the process has been already in place, both state and this subcommittee. I think I would like to read out even the terms of reference of this committee itself so that we understand the intention of the government. Sir, the terms of reference of this committee shall be as follows: to engage with the three district council to seek their consent, their views, whether to accept the offer of state government or not. Number two, to ensure long-time financial stability. Long-time financial stability by way of prudent financial management and initiate reforms. Interlie recruitment policy, service matters, and procurement policies as topmost agenda in the process of reformation. And the last one is to discuss with all the three district council on the appointment of the senior IAS or MCS officers in all these three respective district councils. So this terms of reference itself, sir, speaks that there is no hidden agenda at all, as did mention by the Honorable MLA from Nong Krem, who says that it seems the present government trying to maybe to encroach or maybe to have some kind of indirect control from the government to all the district councils. That is not true at all. So let me tell you one thing. I personally feel this is the government, in fact, who dare to declare, to offer such bailing out packages under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister. No other government did so far. This is the only government who did take a very, very serious note on this, in spite of the fact that we have, of course, financial constraints are there. But looking at the state of affairs of the employees of the district council, so ultimately the government has to step in. When we step in, it doesn't mean that we take over the power of the district council. Stepping in means let us go and discuss. Let us have an open discussion. Because I've seen these days, there were so many reactions from different quarters. Of course, they should. We welcome that. It is good. Sir, it is good. It's very healthy trend. The response is very good. I think just yesterday or day before, I think yesterday the Honorable Chief Minister has received quite a number of, letters seeking clarification in what is the model, what is the nitty-gritty of these packages or this decision taken by the government to bail out the three district councils. Sir, as far as the bailing out is concerned, let me just tell you, as of today, I can't say anything. Government cannot say anything because we already constituted this committee, both state and also in the district level. And this committee will submit a report within 45 days' time. And we will see, because these subcommittees will have to meet all the stakeholders, not only the district council alone, all the stakeholders, and thereafter they will submit the report, the recommendation to the state committee, and thereafter the state committee will again submit it to the state government. Sir, I just wanted to mention here the rough calculation we made that the revenue and also the expenditure of each district council annually, how they faced. Because this is on the basis of the share. be it from major mineral, minor mineral, be it from forest, and be it from the transport. See, like in the Garu Hills, Jainti Hills Autonomous Council, the yearly revenue generated is about 68.98 crores from major, minor, and then transport. 68.98 crores, whereas the deficit only in the component of salary, they need to spend 102 crores. So if you go to Garu Hills, again, the average of revenue is 14.15 crores, whereas they spend on salary alone is about 69 crores. 84 crores. And the deficit is 69 crores. And this is happening every year. And this problem is not only started in 2018, 2019. No, it keeps accumulating. So in Khasi Hills Autonomous Council, the average revenue is 46.11 crores, whereas the expenditure only in salary is 72 crores, and the deficit is about 25.9 crores annually. Seeing this trend, when we had a meeting in the cabinet, when the government take note of all this inherited problem that we have, irrespective of who's government or who's not government, who's there, who's not there, but the trend shows and proves that state government has to have some kind of bailing out. When we say that, it doesn't mean that every year or every month that we have to pay the salary till the end, but we would like to have some kind of bailing out packages. This is the intention of the government, sir. Because see, when you talk about the honorable mover, when he did mention about maybe the government does not want to release the share of the KHDC. Let me just explain to him. Recently, the CM of KHDC met me, and then now we are processing for releasing of those dues. The shares which is due to them is about maybe 60 or 70 crores, and then now the calculation is still on, and very soon we are going to release. Then for other councils too, we have done it. So therefore, sir, I would like to clarify this way. Let us not have any sleepless night on this issue, please. We should not. Because as I said to you, let us wait. Let the report come. I think even the members of this House, we have equal responsibility, equal concern about the trend that we've seen, that the district council is going from year to year. A slight reform has been made. I'm so thankful to the Honorable Chief Minister. When he called a meeting, we discussed about what is the easiest way to make sure that government and this council are closely coordinated among themselves. So the government decided this time to make sure that DCA is the only nodal department. Previous years, what happened? This council, they have to run to forest department by themselves directly. They have to run to mining and geology for their shares directly, because DCA does not have any say to this. Or they have to run to forest department. But the reform is now in place. Or Chief Minister said, let us simplify things. And we did. Notification has come out. And now we said, all the district council, don't worry, you don't have to go to any other department. Just come to DCA, and DCA will monitor and will make sure that this department will sit down across the table along with the concerned district council. That is also a major reform from the government side, sir. That's why I'm saying we are serious about this. We are really serious about it. See, 44 months and then 8 months, 10 months, non-receipt of salary, I think it is not a joke at all. And sir, again, I just wanted to remind the members of this August House. There were so many crisis challenges that we made, like we faced like this. Be it if you talk in terms of the so-called private schools, what government did? Ultimately, we have to increase the lump sum grant. We have to bail them out. Be it in the sector of education, or be it in this public sector like public undertaking sector. You talk of MCCL, you talk of MIDC, you talk of corporations. We are bailing out. We are doing that. But what I'm trying to explain here is about the district council. Yes, the district council has its own identity out of the Constitution of India. We knew it and we understand that. And the question of where is the provision for paying the salary, as I said to you, if we have the understanding, why not? And number two, if the salary of the primary teachers, because the subject of primary school teachers falls under the 6th schedule, para 3, para 6 says very clearly, this subject belongs to this council. Let me tell you one thing, government will be very happy if this council take back. But do you think they will do that? Can they? It will be bloodshed. Those years, what happened, sir? The teachers, they call it in students' field, they had a meeting. They did what they call it satyagraha. Some teachers they threatened even to burn themselves if the state government does not take over the running of the primary school. See what happened? So ultimately, the state government has to take over. Has to take over. But I'm not saying that by paying the salary or billing out, these challenges made by the district councils in the state that we wanted to take over. No, sir, not at all. Sir, again with the issue of this tax settlement agreement. Again, tax settlement agreement is also part of the proposed amendment. It is not fully complied by only saying state government and the council can sign the agreement. No. It is also part of the constitutional obligation that ultimately the state government, the district council has to propose the amendment of the present form of the 6th schedule. And right now this proposal is with the government of India. And we call it 125th amendment. So all those issues has also been taken into consideration as far as the text agreement is concerned, as mentioned by the Honorable LO. So, sir, as far as this issue of urban MDC's scheme, I would like to inform this August House, sir, that on the 20th May 2025, I convened a meeting with the MDCs of the District Council, Jaintia and Khasi, who falls under the urban area. We were discussing about the implementation of 15 Finance Commission scheme. And the decision taken over there, sir, we suggested that the municipal board shall continue the implement of the scheme. Why they have to implement the scheme? It is because of this issue, sir. Because this fund, the election, the Finance 15 Commission, the 15 Finance Commission, they allocated the fund through the urban affairs, which is to be implemented by the municipal board. It is the policy from the government of India. So that day we discussed, ultimately we reached to a conclusion that since this is a policy matter of the government of India, okay, but the municipal board, Shillong Municipal Board, will consult, will sit down with all the MDCs falling under the urban areas for any scheme proposal. That was the decision we taken on the 20th May 2025, along with the members of the honorable MDCs from urban areas, Jaintia as well as Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council. But however, sir, I am sure because now the 15th Finance Commission is ended, and I don't know when the 16th Finance Commission were here in Shillong, visited Shillong, they already called all the concerned district council about the challenges they had, even from the state government. We have already presented this issue to the 16th Finance Commission, that if possible to come out with a mechanism which is simple, because till today I'm telling you, all this 15th Finance Commission has to come via the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Here we don't have Panchayati Raj. So these are the issues where we have the problem. But of course, during the visit of the 16th Finance Commission, all these issues has been flagged off. And I'm sure we'll be able to get a very good response from the 16th Finance Commission. Maybe the recommendation will be in our favor to resolve these challenges that we had during these last 5 years. So, sir, I think as per the clarification that I made here, though maybe I'm missing out something, maybe I'm missing out the points raised by the all members, especially by Aden Pasaumit, or honorable mover of this short duration discussion. But I assure the honorable members, I assure the mover, I assure the honorable LO and the members of this house that once again, we have no intention at all to take over this council or to encroach the authority of this council. Rather, I should say, from the government side, we would like to strengthen further so that the 3 district council can further give their duties and do their best service to the state of the Meghalaya. So with this clarification, sir, I would like to resume my seat.
But Arden Embosamet, you may seek one clarification, please.
So I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for the clarification and assurances, and I hope that the government will live up to the commitment made in this August House. However, I just have one clarification that I need to ask from the Honorable Minister, and that is, as far as my knowledge goes, the schemes to the District Council comes via the Ministry of Panchayat. So you said in your reply that when it comes to the urban constituencies, it comes from the urban department. So may I get a clarification where there is a separate sanction of scheme for the District Council, for the rural and the urban areas?
Sir, in fact, the recommendation made by the 15th Finance Commission is, they said the territorial bodies, but they did not mention anything about whether urban or rural. So, as far as rural is concerned, it goes through the Panchayati Raj. Because here we have CNRD department, it goes through Panchayati Raj. Whereas the schemes which comes in the urban area, it goes through the Ministry of Urban Affairs.
Clarification, sir. Am I made to believe that in that case, the urban constituencies are not getting schemes, are not entitled for the schemes, if it doesn't come separately through the Panchayati Raj, the rural and the urban ministry?
Yes. Yes, sir. Because it is not specifically mentioned about it. It's only about, because see, I think government of India does not know much about MDC we have also in urban area. So I think that must be because see, when Finance Commission, 15th Finance Commission made a recommendation, never mentioned about rural or urban. It's only the local bodies. So on the basis of that, confusion happened. So, when time goes on, while implementing the recommendation of the 15th Finance Commission, what happened was ultimately we found out that partly the scheme falls under urban and maximum goes to the rural area. With the rural area, we resolved the issue, whereas with urban, because this one comes from SSU Urban and Housing Urban Ministry, so we have the challenges. But in spite of that, as I have already mentioned, 20th May 2025, when the MDCs came and met me, I called a meeting along with the department, be it urban and then DCA and myself. We had a meeting, and ultimately we took a decision that all the municipal boards should consult, should have a meeting with the concerned urban MDCs, whoever falls under the urban areas.
Would like to seek from the Honorable Deputy CM. In fact, Honorable Deputy CM was also member of the cabinet at the time. When we received that letter from MHA suggesting that the election for District Council be delayed because the Government of India was already contemplating to amend the necessary provisions of the 6th schedule of the Constitution to give effect to the tax settlement agreement. That letter was there. And based on that, in fact, the government then also extended the District Council, rather postponed the election for District Council. Therefore, whether the government is pursuing the Government of India in order to ensure that they do their fulfillment of this responsibility to give effect to these various provisions of the tax settlement agreement, whether government is pursuing aggressively.
Yes, sir. From the government side, I think our Honorable CM recently had a meeting with the Honorable Home Minister, Government of India, and not only that, the government, state government, pursuing very regularly about the amendment. They want 125th Amendment, which relates directly to the sixth schedule of the Constitution of India. We do that, sir.
The next item, motions. But before I take up the motions, I would like to inform the House that the special motion for today, special motion moved by Arden Miller Basamoit, MLA, and the motion number 6, number 6 moved by Adelbert Nongrum they are identical. Therefore, I am clubbing these two motions, the special motion and motion number 6 as one for discussion. And also, the motion number 1 and motion number 3 are also identical, though the texts are put differently. So I'm clubbing these motions also, motion number 1 and motion number 3 together for discussion. Now there is a pending motion in the name of Sri Meralbond CM MLA, which says this House do now discuss the method and policy for improving the infrastructure, sanitation, etc. within the cities and towns in the state, with special emphasis on census town like Nongpo, etc. The honourable member was still on the floor during the last budget session. You may now continue with your speech on the motion. Meralbond CM, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, thank you so much for allowing me to resume and continue the pending motion from the last budget session. It is an honor and privilege for me that you have allowed for this important motion to take up today for discussion. Sir, as I have just started my deliberation on the previous budget session, so let me dwell upon those certain issues that has not yet been covered during my previous speech, where the motion which specifically touch about the infrastructure, how to improve the infrastructure within urban area, how to improve sanitation in various cities and towns in the state, as well as other important census town or district headquarters in our state, Meghalaya. Meghalaya is rapidly urbanizing, while major cities like Shillong, Tura, Joai have seen substantial increase in urban growth and in the degree of planned urban growth. Whereas census town, for example, Nongpo, or even Nongstoin, or Mairang, Maukerwat, and other part of Garo Hills also, with like Resu Belpara, Mendi Pathar, and other district headquarters, in which they are in a transition period from a rural to an urban setup in a very fast-paced. And we have seen that there is a governance gap. Let me repeat that there is a governance gap between the full-fledged town that we have, or the cities, and the various census towns within the state, where they have not been fully recognized as municipalities, yet they are facing various issues with regard to infrastructure and sanitation. For example, in the census town like Nongpo, the challenges, inadequate infrastructure like roads, the drainage system, unregulated construction, which is on, lack of solid waste management. I'm not saying it is not there at all. It is there. But I'm using the word lack because it is not up to the mark. The poor water and sanitation facilities, as well as limited power supply, public transport, etc. So when we talk about the capital of our state, Shillong, it is the fact that the government has taken a serious note on how to address various issues for infrastructure as well as sanitation within our capital state. As I have said in my opening remark, Shillong is growing at a very fast pace and it has evolved over a year as one of the favorite destinations, especially when we look at the amount of tourist footfall within our state in the recent past. And the initiative that has been taken by the present government, even all the successive government in the past, be it to increase in the allocation of fund, in annual budget, be it from the state scheme, as well as central scheme or the externally aided project that we are having within our state. Thanks to the government for all the endeavors which address towards the sustainability of various projects within our state capital, especially with the kind of initiative that has been taken to improve tourism sector within the state as well as other tourist destinations within our state. Urban infrastructure, especially through the smart city project that has taken shape. For example, in the recent past, projects like the multi-level parking at various locations in the city to address the traffic congestion, the inadequate parking space, as well as the Shillong Business cum Tourism and Cultural Center at Police Bazaar. Then the Waumkra Riverfront Development and Lakefront Green, the commercial complex at Polo, redevelopment of Laimkra Supermarket, implementation of integrated command and control center, construction of rainwater harvesting at various locations within the city. The list will go on. These are the few that I have mentioned. Government have done a tremendous job. But all through all this initiative, and I'm not wrong to say that it will translate into addressing these various issues that have been faced by the people at large within Shillong City. When we talk about urbanization, when we talk about the rural-urban migration, increase of population, congested parking space, increasing of number of vehicles, the flooding during monsoon session, these are challenges. And this is a continuous process in every successive budget we have seen, we have come across an allocation to address these various issues also. And the challenge is how to address the pollution, various river within Shillong city. And we're happy to see the expand of the river clean-up project that have been started, which is on the right direction. And to address the challenges like the drainage system within the city. Even though the building bylaws are there, to the MUDA and the district council, but I have seen in various locations unregulated construction, which is happening within municipality, outside municipality, as well as within Shillong agglomeration. Challenges like water scarcity. During the question hour, we have just discussed about the shortage of water supply within Shillong city, which is a huge concern. And even though we have seen the increasing number of slums in various locations, which is a huge challenge to the government, to the urban affairs department, municipalities, and other concerned departments to address all these issues. Mr. Chairman, sir, in this regard, through this motion, I would like to press upon the Urban Affairs Department, as well as other line department, like the Water Resources or the PHE, or the other department that we have, PWD Roads and Building, where there should be a close coordination time and again to address this issue. In the Smart City project, there is a proposal for a smart road within Shillong city. Would like to get a clarity on this also, that why the smart road has not been taken place, and what are the various issues and hurdles that is faced by the concerned authority to start this project. The dream and aspiration of the people of the state, especially of Shillong city, that we will try to move ahead if it is feasible to have a flyover to ease congestion within the city. But we understand Shillong is a packed city with household, with shop, commercial complex, narrow road. It is not an easy task for the department, even though possibilities are there where various locations can be identified where this kind of project could take place. One very important aspect, how to ensure about the cleanliness, sanitation within our Shillong city, is that the initiative that has been taken, how to take on board the community, Dorbar Shnong, the locality, Seng Longkmi, Seng Kentei, Seng Samla, where various meetings has taken place in the past. And we understand to address this issue about the drainage system, about cleanliness, sanitation, more initiative that has been taken and should be taken by the government, as well as it is the duty of the concerned citizen also, It's not only to blame only to the government and to the department, only to the municipalities and urban affairs department or the district council, but it is the duty of each and every one of us. Through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, the message has to go wide and clear to the people of the state, to the people of Shillong also. I'm saying this with utmost seriousness, that we have to work together to take the sense of responsibility, how I will be a part of cleanliness within my cities, within my town, within my locality. We should not waste our time just by pointing fingers at others. What are the municipalities are doing, what are the urban affairs department are doing, but we should take responsibility to ourselves also, to start and to work together. And I'm thankful to many community within Shillong also. They have taken this initiative to work together with the government, with the department, to ensure that cleanliness has to be restored within our beautiful city. So we have seen in the recent past how to improve the space, to enhance the space for pedestrian within our state capital. The initiative taken by the department to shift the hawkers from the main Police Bazar junction to a designated location. It is one of the positive steps that has been taken. Even though resistance are there, but I felt that this is a very good step. But I'm happy and congratulate the government. It is not that they take away the hawkers and throw somewhere else. Take them from there, put them somewhere where they can earn their livelihood from there. Issues and challenges will always be there. We cannot deny the fact. But we have seen this transformation that has taken place. And this should take place not only in Kandailat, in other important locations of Shillong. And this cannot be done within a night. It will take time to address, to make a makeshift or to make a separate location for the hawkers. They also we have to respect, they have the right. They earn their livelihood out of that. So we have to respect. And this initiative, I would like to press upon the department, not only in Shillong, not only in Limekra, not only in Polo, not only in Laban. The Urban Affairs Department, as well as the locality, we have to take initiative to start thinking at various important district headquarters also. People are increasing. We have seen the rural-urban migration is more nowadays. District headquarters in various places within our state. We have seen, you go to Tura or you go to Maukarwat, you go to Kliriat, you go to Nongpo, you go to Nongstoin. We have to regulate. Okay, in Shillong, there are municipal urban affairs. There are a few other municipalities within the state and other census town also. Strong message has to go from the Urban Affairs Department and other concerned deputy commissioner, town committees, which is under the district council. They have to work together to ensure to make space for pedestrian, for vehicle, as well as we have to respect each other. It goes line in line with the beautification of our beautiful state headquarters, Shillong. Various locations and points the government has started. Watts Lake and other locations. At the same time, when we talk about beautification, where the government is on the right track of developing the new Shillong, where the knowledge city, administrative city, new assembly building, new secretariat, and other facilities where the government have started to develop. We understand, as I have said, challenges will always be there, but the case of the present Shillong city and the new Shillong is different. Where the initiative that has been taken by the Urban Affairs Department in New Shillong, it is commendable. We wish all the best to the Urban Affairs Department, and to ensure that the road connectivity to be made, and already those have already been made, and where the offices, where the residential places, commercial complex, it has to be in place, and we are on the right direction to address that this issue has to be followed accordingly. So with regard to sanitation, we understand the adoption of FSSTP, that is Fecal Sludge Septic Treatment Plan. It is important, and the department should ensure that this should happen, and it should ensure each and every citizen that they will be aware of this kind of facilities. When we talk about our state capital, we are very optimistic to see that in the next 10 to 15 years, many changes will be there. When we talk about connectivity, to get rid of the congestion while coming towards the state capital, especially while traveling through Nongpo, Umiam, then to Shillong. The initiative that has been taken through Western Bypass, and today during question hour we have listened about the Eastern Bypass also. It will address all this issue about urban congestion. And I'm not wrong to say that initiative that has been taken and the initiative that will be taken, which is under the pipeline, where the government will restore in due course of time. So when we talk about the various census towns, as I've said in my opening remark, about the shortfall, about the issues, the inadequate, improper connectivity, and other issues also, it is important to note that apart from concentrating in Shillong and other important cities, the department and the government should also focus more on how to improve facility in other census towns. For example, as a legislator from Nongpo, I will stress more on Nongpo town. The National Highway 6, which is going through Nongpo town, this is a fact that every monsoon we experience flood waterlogging, in which the locality come in between. Whether it is a duty of the National Highway Authority of India, or it is a duty from the urban affairs, or from the village community, or from the PWD road department. As I have said in my opening remark also, the sense of responsibility from the people at large also play a vital role. The improper drainage system within Nongpo town, if you talk only in Ribhoi, maybe Jorabat or Bernihat, every monsoon, if there is continuous rain for 1 hour, it is flooded everywhere. So I would like to urge upon Mr. Chairman, sir, through you, through this motion to the government, to immediately address the issue with regards to the improper cross drain or the drainage system within Ribhoi district, or even in other part of the state also, where Nahai should be instructed, or the PWD road department should be instructed properly to address this issue. My suggestion to this is that the close coordination between the Urban Affairs Department, the Water Resources Department, PHE Department, Soil Conservation Department in Nongpo town, they have to come together, sit and discuss how to find out ways and means to address the improper drainage system, not only on National Highway, but on both sides of National Highway, within various locality. I understand from the Urban Affairs Department, every year through the ID scheme, we are getting projects for drains, for footpath, but it is not enough. As we have seen, various natural drain has been blocked by various random dumping of soil, which is taking place every day, unregulated making of road within locality. I'm not talking about the road from the department. And various issues. So this line department, they have to come together and to ensure, to find a solution, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, that they have to address immediately about the proper drainage system within Nongpo. We have discussed about the parking space for vehicle, for autos, for local taxi in various town and district headquarters within the state. It is a time where the department, the police department, the locality, the respective town committee, they have to come together and to address this issue. As a legislator of Nongpo, we have taken this initiative as much as we can. But at the same time, we need close coordination from the government as well. When we talk about the infrastructure development scheme, the ID scheme, I'm thankful to the Urban Affairs Department, to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, to the Finance Department for allocation of fund within the budget for the year 2023-24. Thank you so much. But I would like to reiterate the Urban Affairs Department that from now onward, please don't decrease the fund, sir. Because for the interest of the August House, just a small example, for Nongpo town, in the year 2020-21, the allocation is only 10,42,103. In the year 2021-22, it is 23,99,857. In the year 2022-23, 25,04,155. For the year 2023-24, it is 1,595,151. And for the year 24-25, it is more than 6 crore. So not only for Nongpo, for other census town also, they have been receiving sufficient amount of fund project. This kind of initiative, effort that has been taken through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to request to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of Urban Affairs to please take note by not decreasing. It should increase from now on. That is my sincere request as a mover of this motion. So apart from that, about the guidelines in ID scheme, there are various guidelines which regulate how to propose schemes and all. The way it allow like footpath, like drains or CC motorable road, and if possible, to ensure about the connectivity, if the guideline allows about metaling blacktopping also to be happen. I'm not talking about the whole stretch of the road that is needed, but there are few sections that the soil or the area, it is feasible for a metaling and blacktopping and not for a CC motorable road. So this also, if it could be incorporated within the guidelines, it will be very helpful. At the same time, sir, with regard to the solid waste management in Nongpo also, this is the project that is still have not taken place. It is on the initial stage. I have met the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, the concerned officer. We had a meeting also with regard to the solid waste management, how to clear the garbage from various localities in Nongpo, and how to dump within the designated area. Just in the last 2 months, there is an agitation from that particular locality known as Umshangling because of unregulated dumping of garbage by the agency that has been entrusted, and they have agitated and they have come to me also, and with the Deputy Commissioner we have organized one meeting with the locality to get their confidence so that they will allow, because the right Nongpo and the village Umshangling, they have generously cooperated with the department to allow for dumping of the garbage within that particular area. So my request is that, because on that day when we had the meeting in the conference room in DC office also, where in the presence of Director of the Urban Affairs also, where commitment has been made for the proper construction of an approach route toward that dumping ground, as well as other basic amenities for that particular area, so that the locality wouldn't suffer by the smell which is coming out from the dumping ground. So through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to request the department to take cognizance of this very important project so that it will take shape as soon as possible, as well as about the status of the new landfill to be made in other location. I would like to get a clarity on this also, so that for the interest of the August House as well as for the interest of the people of Nongpo town, we would like to see that the new landfill should take place as soon as possible. With regard to the present infrastructure within the town, about how to redesign the present shopping complex, it is one of the beautiful complex that has been made. But we have had a meeting with various locality, with the management committee also, that with regards to certain floor in the third and the fourth floor, where I would urge the department to send the architect to redesign, to make it more attractive for the shopkeepers to be there, and so that they will be of a great benefit for the people at large. At the same time, sir, with regard to Nongpo town and to other census town also, my another suggestion is that, if possible, from the Urban Affairs Department, to have a master plan to saturate the project, to saturate the fund as much as we can, for on a pilot project where we can select district headquarter, or we can select the census town, where we could develop various issues with under the control or the town planner which has been there in place to send and to ensure that it will be of great benefit. So in Nongpo town, with regard to one of the project that is still not been taken place, that is the Integrated Housing and Slum Development Program, IHSDP, which is roughly, it has around 240 units in the beginning, and this also, it is an issue which needs a special attention from the department to ensure that it should start, and all those family, BPL family, who are entitled to settle there, they could settle, they could shift there properly. I understand there are issues from the locality. As a legislator, I will ensure the House to give full cooperation with the Urban Affairs Department to ensure that this project, the Integrated Housing and Slum Development Program, should take place as soon as possible. With regard to PMAYU, sir, we hope that in days to come we'll get more and more sanction for the number of units within the town, so that it could easily address, especially for the family who really need a shelter to stay. So with regard to the solar mission, census town has to be enlightened. Mr. Chairman, sir, you hold also as a chairman of MNREDA. So I would request through you also, in collaboration with Urban Affairs Department, as I have said in my remark about the saturation of project, be it for drain, be it for connectivity, be it for solar street light, if other or the park within locality, this has to be in place, and I would request to consider for this kind of project within the town. And before I resume my seat, I would like to reiterate once again about those important issues that I have raised through this motion, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, about the new landfill within Nongpo town, and then about the immediate implementation of the Integrated Housing Slum Development Program, then about allocation of more funds through ID scheme in various census towns within the state, as well as close coordination between urban, PHE, water resources to address the flooding and the water logging within the town, as well as redesign of the present shopping complex, as well as the other issues within the town for beautification of Nongpo. As a reminder, through you, Mr. Chairman, sir, to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, who is also in charge of transport for the MTC building in Nongpo, which is right in front when we entering. It is in a dilapidated condition, so I would urge through you, to Transport Department as well as Meghalaya Transport Department to look into for the beautification of this very iconic place and it will be of great help for attract for tourism and other sector in the state. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to move this motion, and I hope that the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister will take note of the point that we have noted. We are here for the interest of the people at large. I'm not talking only about Nongpo, but Shillong as a headquarter and other important district headquarter and census town within a state that we should have more and more concentration. Thank you so much for the government for doing so much in the past, and the dream and aspiration with optimistic framework in mind. We would like to see that better things will happen in days to come. Thank you so much, sir. I will resume my seat.
Thank you, Meral Bonse. Now I will call Minister in charge to reply. Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir. First of all, I am very thankful to the Honourable Member Sri Meral Bonse, MLA from Nongpo, for moving this motion, which is a very, very important one, which gives me opportunities to discuss on the methods and policy for improving the infrastructure, sanitation, etc. Yes, an Honourable Member in the last sessions highlighted the issues of so many issues. And I'm also thanks to you, Mr. Mansa, and the Honourable Speaker for giving to continue again the same issue so that I can highlight it today in this floor of this August House. Mr. Mansa, we know that Meghalaya population is estimated at 38 lakh approximately, with an above of 7 lakh residing in the urban areas itself. At present, the state has 6 urban local bodies, ULBs, covered under the Meghalaya Municipal Acts 1973, 1 cantonment boards and 10 census towns. An urban development in the state has been cornerstone of progress, transforming urban spaces into a suitable world-class cities. And the government is committed to holistic development of cities and census towns, ensuring that the necessary public infrastructure is an integral part of components of the urban center in the state as a whole. Urban areas in Meghalaya, including cities like Shillong, Tura, and Joy, faces challenges such as the infrastructure strains, traffic congestions, housing shortage, and inefficient waste management. And to address this, the government is promoting sustainable urban development through GIS-based planning, improved mobilities, and better amenities. Efforts include developing public transport, FSTPS, parkings, and public spaces. Under the infrastructure development scheme, Rs 225 crore was allocated in the year 2024-25 for infrastructure upgrade in Shillong, Nongstoy, Nongpo, and Mokarwat. In recent years, the department has prepared policies and implemented schemes based on the guidelines published by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs on the following urban sector as detailed below. The government has developed a comprehensive solid waste management strategy based on guidelines published by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And the key focus areas are primary collection at source, secondary collections and disposal, waste reductions and recycling, and stakeholders' engagement and capacity buildings. The Swachh Bharat Mission's urban is being implemented in few towns of Meghalaya, which include like Shillong, Tura, Joy, Nongstoy, William Nagar, Risubelpara, Mairang, Nongpo, Bagmara, and Shillong cantonment area. Presently, 8 out of the 10 urban local bodies of Meghalaya have been declared as ODF towns, which includes Nongpo, whereas 2 towns, that is Joy Municipal Board and Shillong Municipal Board, have been declared as ODF, plus status town. That is, all residents within this town have access to toilet. Even in the 9th National Advisory and Review Committee of MOA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, held on the 8th June 2023, A total budget of 74.93 crore was approved for Meghalaya under the Swaraj Bharat Mission 2.0 Urbans. And these include projects such as city solid waste action plans, city sanitation action plans for toilets and used water, informations, educations and communications and capacity buildings. In Shillong, waste management and sanitation solutions are being implemented as per the Shillong's action plans. The plan includes a 25 TPD material recovery facilities and sanitary landfill projects currently awaiting environmental clearance. Additionally, the Shillong Cantonment Board has approved a 2 TPD material recovery facilities for dry waste. To address the long-standing concern associated with waste dumping, the government is undertaking large-scale biomining operations at key landfill sites across cities. At Martens, in Shillong, one Meghalaya oldest and the largest landfills, the government is remediating approximately 3.45 lakhs metric ton of accumulated waste, with 41% of it already processed. And the government is spending around rupees 12.75 crore for these projects presently. To address the concerns around used water, widespread use of septic tanks, and concern our river water quality, the government is developing a comprehensive plan which strengthens facial sludge and septage management (FSSM) in Meghalaya, and 2 fecal sludge treatment plants at Shillong Municipal Board and Marten are operational, supported by a fleet of cesspool vehicles, ensuring safe sludge collection and disposal across ULB's bodies. To enhance coverage and regulation schedule dislodgings, a system where ULB manage timely septic tanks emptying with standardized annual user charges is being introduced in the state. To improve Shillong infrastructures, the government has undertaken several development projects. The Wamkra riverfront is being transformed into an inclusive public spaces that integrate nature with the modern infrastructures. A new Shillong Township is being developed as one of the first planned cities in the Northeast region, with a comprehensive master plan covering road connectivities and urban services like water, wastewater management, etc. It is set to become the NMT capitals of the country, with major road featuring footpaths and 3 lines to address traffic congestions. New road are being built, and upgraded cities bus system with 35 modern AC buses is being introduced. Under the Prime Minister e-bus Seva scheme, Meghalaya is set to receive 50 electric buses by 2026, which will be deployed to strengthen public transport services in Shillong cities. To support the infrastructures, the government is constructing an electric bus depot in New Shillong City. And the government has also launched the Chief Minister Green Taxi scheme to transitions from conventional taxi to electric taxis, aligning with India's broader goals of clean energy and sustainable mobilities. The government has launched the Chief Minister Regional Transport Scheme, which aims to connect all block headquarters with district headquarters in Meghalaya by offering financial aid to entrepreneurs to operate daily buses services on this road. In Tura, a 10.5 TPD material recovery facility has been fully constructed, with operator trainings currently underway. A dump site remediation project targeting 10,000 tons of waste is currently in progress, while a new sanitary landfill facility is awaiting an environmental impact assessment (EIA) in Tura. And remediations of legacy waste at the Rongkhon landfill site is currently underway, with 40% of the work completed. The project's aim at addressing long-standing waste accumulated has sanctioned a cost of 5.1 crore. Additionally, a 7.5 MLD sewage treatment plant has been approved with a project cost of rupees 11.25 crore. Tura received 5.06 crore in government fundings for infrastructure development, which was utilized for constructing public drains, motorable road, and fencing to improve the town overall urban infrastructures. Additionally, the government is investing in the key infrastructure projects, including the construction of the additional scattered complex, a working women hostels, a convention center, and a heliport at a cost of rupees 257.7 crore to support the infrastructure need in these regions. In July, several initiatives have been undertaken to enhance waste and sanitation infrastructure. A 6 TPD compost plant has been completed and is now operational, while a 4 TPD material recovery facility is also ready, with operator training currently is in progress. A dump site remediation project targeting 54,000 tons of waste in the tendering stage and sanitary landfills is awaiting an environmental impact assessment. And a 2.5 MLD sewage treatment plant has also been approved with a project cost of rupees 3.75 crore. July received the highest infrastructure investment of rupees 8.8 crore under the state government infrastructure development scheme, which was utilized for road construction, drainage system, and public facilities, significantly enhancing the town urban infrastructures. The detailed project report DPR for the solid waste management facility at Shangleng for Nongpo Town Committee, Riboy District, and Meghalaya has been prepared by the Shillong Municipal Board. A consultation was held with the community leaders and input was taken into consideration through comprehensive deliberations. The Nongpo Town Committee, with a population of 18,330 approximately, an estimated waste generation of 7 TPD, presently lacks of operational scientific waste processing system, and the facilities are unmanaged dump site, resulting in environmental degradation and community grievances. And the DPR has been developed in response to these challenges and aim to transform the facilities into a sustainable, community-driven and scientifically managed solid waste management system. The project proposed the establishment of a material recovery facilities, renovations of the composting plant, installations of modern equipment, shredder, balers, conveyors, backhoe loaders, and developments of supporting civil infrastructure, including retaining walls, drainage, approach road, and utilities. And the DPR also provides for 1 year of operations and maintenance, including manpower, trainings, and awareness program to ensure smooth functioning and the sustainabilities. With an estimated cost of rupees 5.06 crore, the project is designed to achieve up to 95% resource recovery. In line with the Solid Waste Management Rules 2016, the Meghalaya State Waste Management Policy Strategy 2019, upon implementation, the facilities will not only address long-standing community concern, but also serve as a model for achieving zero waste in small town of Meghalaya. Similarly, initiatives are being undertaken in all other urban areas such as William Nagar, Nongpo, Tura, Joy, etc. To address growing mobility challenges in the Shillong spanning areas, Shillong Urban Mobility Policy 2024 has been notified. It aims to promote sustainable, inclusive, reliable, and affordable transport, not only for Shillong but including the census town around Shillong. To manage growing parking demands and reduce congestions in urban center, the government has introduced the Meghalaya Parking Policy 2025, focusing on community participation, off-street parking, and tech-driven solution. The key measure include creating the Meghalaya Urban Regulation Committee and 7 zonal task force to oversee traffic and parking management. This is led by an additional district magistrate and include officials from traffic, police, urban planning, and police and communities member. Parking management in Shillong actively promote community partnerships involving local residents in key aspects as identifying parking and no parking zone, hiring parking attendants and collecting parking within their respective localities. The government has notified the parking fees. In Shillong, parking fees collection has been initiated in Missions, Compound, and Norim Hill, using electronic tickets vending machines, and a customized parking management apps for Shillongs. The government is now expanding this system to other areas in phased manner to streamline parking operation citywide. To address the shortage of parking spaces, the government has notified a scheme which provides a one-time capital grants for private landowners, Dorbar Shillong, NGOs, and cooperatives to develop or upgrade parking facilities. The grant includes rupees 1 lakh per equivalent car space for surface level and stacked parking, and rupees 5 lakh per equivalent car space or 75% of DPR cost for automated car parkings. Additionally, the government is also developing more new parking space across the city to address the shortage of the parking space in around the cities. The government has taken significant steps to support street vendors in Shillong through a comprehensive survey covering 1,400 vendors. In the first phase, 407 vendors in Kendailat were found eligible for a certificate of vending COV under the Meghalaya Street Vendor Scheme 2023. And the vendors have been successfully relocated to the first floor of Muda parking lot, where vending stalls were constructed. The stalls have been allotted through a transparent draw of lots, ensuring regulated, inclusive, and dignified vending spaces for the urban livelihoods. A similar initiative is being extended to other localities across Shillong, where alternative vending zones have been identified, and the government is currently in the process of relocating eligible street vendors to these designated areas. Apart from this policy for towns in the state, GIS-based master plan will also be prepared for 6 towns, including Juai, Tura, Risubal-Para, Nongpo, Nongstoins, and William Nagar. Presently, the department has issued a work order to begin this exercise. And the master plan will provide a framework of urban developments covering sectors such as urban housing, transportation, sanitation, and waste management, amongst others, over multiple decades to improve the urban quality of life for all citizens. And the government has engaged 10 urban planners on a contractual basis to support urban development initiative, enhance planning capacity, and ensure effective implementations of infrastructure and policies projects across the urban areas in the states. The online buildings permission system implemented by the Meghalaya Urban Development Authority, MUDA, is now live and offer a streamlined end-to-end digital process for citizens, from submitting building permit applications and plan scrutiny to receiving the building permission certificate online as per the Meghalaya Bylaws 2021. To expand its reach, the government is working to onboard the Autonomous District Council, enabling systematic adoptions of this digital system even in the rural areas. As part of its commitments to urban transformations and the other towns in the states, the government has prioritized urban developments with an investment of rupees 6,000 crore across the urban center in Meghalaya. While challenges remain, significant progress is being made through key initiatives focused on developing new urban centers, enhancing mobility, improving amenities, adopting modern planning tools, and encouraging strong community partnership. Hopefully, this will expect your visibles and the also with different development infrastructure has been underway for many sectors in different places of the state. And also, I would like to inform the honorable member from Nongpo, who is the mover of the motion, about this smart road, about the smart road project, which is implemented by the smart city. So yes, we face a little problem. That is one of the reasons the smart road does not move ahead, because this project was taken up at templates, road stretch for a length of 450 meters during the execution of this stretch. There were challenges in respect of shifting and utility services such as water, power, telecommunications, and storm drainage, and access to school. It faces a lot of problems, which is difficult to move ahead. And the main problem is that to keep all the utilities lines and access to school function during constructions and coordinations. And we receive a complaint from so many from the localities from time to time. So lastly, a meeting was held jointly between the urban department and the Piludi Road under the chairmanship of the Deputy CM in charge Piludi. And we have decided to pre-close these projects because it really complicated, which is impossible to move ahead. And we have decided at the same time, this smart road will be foreclosed as of now. We have decided on 5th June 2024. And also the meeting was decided all the remaining portion, all the dirted road surface in the city will be sanctioned from the Piludi Road, will resurface all these important roads within the cities. And as of now, the Piludi has done it, sanction has been done, and tender has been called. Hopefully with this coming season, I think we'll be getting a new road. But as far as smart road project is concerned, we have foreclosed this project due to these challenges faced during the executions. And also, yes, of course, it is a fact that we from the urban department, we are trying to focus even all these census towns to give more funds like the other towns. So we are having a meeting from time to time. And also even the integrated housing unit in Nongpo, even last month we had a meeting. So I would like to inform the members we are updated. So hopefully it will be okay in a few months. And about the PMAYU also, we have reviewed it. And the problem as of now, a little bit the progress very slow, yes. So we are pushing it to make sure that all this, even PMAYU for the previous slot has been allotted, so the beneficiaries, it takes lots of time because there is some guidelines. So even that we are in discussion now. We are trying to discuss with the government of India. There is some guideline which is a little bit complicated. So we receive a complaint from the beneficiaries. So even this issue, so we are on the job. So, and yes, also it's very, very valid. And the honorable member keep coming to me about this MTC buildings at Nongpo, which fall under transport. I think surely will be, within this financial year, we will improve it nicely, which is a very, very genuine case. I have seen the building looks very little in that condition. So hopefully, as of now, I have told them to prepare the DPR also, even the last meeting when he met me in my chamber. And all the other project infrastructure in the city we are trying. Yes, of course, it does not mean that all the infrastructure linked directly to urban department. Yes, there is maybe link with the other line department like PHE, like MSCB and PUD, and we are coordinating all this. So all the line department are having meeting from time to time to make sure that all the infrastructure should be in one course. Yes, there is some infrastructure which is linked directly to urban, and there is like road, it links to PUD, and like removing of poles, it links to MSL. So all the other line department, we are having meeting from time to time because we want that this only one department won't solve the problem. Suppose we need some time with traffic, like how we faced during implementation of the smart road project. So like removing of utilities, one of the most challenge we face, and to widen the road because private land is there. So this one is, and hopefully that with this new project from police, I think within few months, the project is going to start instead of smart roads from smart city. So we have been sanctioned from the PUD and the tender has been called. So I think with this coming season, we'll be getting a good road resurfacing all over the cities. So I hope with these clarifications, I am satisfied, dear member, but maybe if I miss any point, not touches, maybe I left out. So all the important point has been suggested and mentioned by the member, is noted by me. So hopefully we'll try our best and we'll try to work hand in hand with the other line department to make sure all this line infrastructure, sanitation, and the parking space within the city and other town, it should be improved in the days to come. So with this, I resume my seat, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you. The discussion on the pending motion is closed. Now we'll take up special motion moved by Sri Arden Miller Basoimot, Honorable MLA from Nongkrang. This House do now discuss the alarming increase of drug addicts and people with HIV in the state and its impact. This motion is identical in nature with number 6. So, 2 in 1. So, I request Arden Milal Basumat to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to move this special motion that this House now discuss the alarming increase of drug addicts and people with HIV in the state and its impact.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate the discussion.
Sir, I stand here today with a heavy heart to express my concern on this matter. And my heart bleeds to see many youths being destroyed by the narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, and the widespread of HIV and AIDS in the state. It seems that most of them are left to rot in a condition so pitiful, which I never dreamt that this kind of a situation will take place in my beloved state. So, I am here not to condemn anyone, not even the government for that matter. However, I would only put forward my submission and raise some pertinent questions. So, first of all, I would like to speak about the present approach of the government on this issue of drugs. Before I go deep into the issue, I would like to draw a comparison between the damage caused by narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances vis-a-vis the damage brought by militancy in the state and the approach adopted by the government towards these two problems. So, government has always maintained that militancy is a factor which was detrimental towards the growth and the development of the state. Militancy was viewed as a dangerous activism that can harm the state and the country as a whole. In a simple term, militancy was attributed as the main cause of creating serious law and order situation in the state and the main reason of misguiding the youth of the state from the mainstream to stand against the nation. It was therefore concluded that militancy ruined the lives of the people and brought misery to the society. Hence, the government was not taking any chance at all to go soft and dealt casually with militancy right from the beginning, sir. The state government decided that militancy should be crushed with an iron fist and determined to fight against militancy on a war footing, which has resulted in the neutralization of militancy in the state. And as a people of the state, we had witnessed the absence of serious militant activities. So, likewise, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are believed to be very dangerous and destructive. It has a direct bearing on human lives, the society, and the state. It brought miseries not only to the user, but to the entire family that has to undergo tremendous pressure of untold sufferings. The seriousness of the issue, sir, can be strongly felt by the number of the addicts in the state as per the latest report, which has crossed over 3 lakhs. So it is also a threat to the tribal community, since large number of our youths are falling into the trap of addiction. So, however, the measure taken by the government and the manner it dealt with this problem was not equivalent. The government in 2023 had launched a mission known as the Drug Reduction, Elimination and Action Mission, DREAM, with an aim to transform Meghalaya into a free drug state. However, sir, the ever-increasing of drug addicts in the state with each passing year is an indicative of the fact that such exercise of the government was not enough and it was proven to be ineffective. So I would like to speak on the people's perception as far as the issue of drugs is concerned. It is being perceived by the general people of the state that the state government was not at all serious in combating the menace of drugs in the state. They are of the view that methods adopted by the government to fight against this menace, which has become a nightmare to each and every family in the state, especially Khasi Jaintia region, lack seriousness and determination, sir. There have been several complaints from the relatives of the addicts that though their children are willing to start a new life, the problem that they are facing is that they cannot afford to keep their children in the rehabilitation centers because the fees are too high for those, especially who are coming from the poor family. And also express concern on the lack of de-addiction center in the state. Therefore, the people deserve to know how much the government had spent so far under the DREAM mission to curb this problem. So, a story has it that the magnitude of drugs trafficking in the state would not have been made possible without the involvement of people in power. I wonder if that is true. How on earth that people in power allowed someone to earn hundreds of crores of rupees at the expense of many precious lives and the destruction of the young generation. I was also told, sir, from the very reliable sources that drugs business is more lucrative and more profitable and had even surpassed the illegal transaction of coal. Surprisingly, the transaction is stated to be over 1,000 crores a month. So this government has been seen as a government that promotes mafias and racketeers. So another issue and matter of concern, which has become the popular talk of the town, is the nexus between drug mafias and the police. It was alleged that the way police handled seized drugs and made it vanish into thin air with the complicity of authorities concerned and the failure of the government to disclose the data further led to a strong suspicion that connivance between drugs cartels and the officials is real. And this is what they call modus operandi. So the video surfaced in the media recently where drugs users admitted the involvement of some police officers requires a proper and serious investigation. There is also an apprehension, sir, that if you cannot eliminate this threat, it could lead to the emergence of narco-terrorists in the state. So, as it is, people are not willing to come forward, as they don't want to unnecessarily get themselves entangled into legal procedures. Too leniency of the law to deal with people involved in drugs and trafficking has further discouraged people to actively participate in the fights against the menace of drugs. As a result, and literally speaking, it can be safely said that transaction of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances is taking place without any obstruction. So I want to come to the DPS Act. So I fail to understand as to why people involved in drugs transaction and consumption cannot be kept behind a bar and give a jail term. I would also like to get a clarification from the government on which provision of the narcotic, drugs and psychotropic substances which prevent the state from taking drastic action against violent drugs addicts, when the Act itself provides certain provisions as a punishment even to those who simply consume drugs that are considered to be narcotic and psychotropic substance. So Section 8 of the Act, under the Chapter 3, Provision, Control and Regulation. Section 8C, no person shall produce, manufacture, possess, sell, purchase, transport, warehouse, use, consume. And 8A, provision of certain activities relating to property derived from offense. No person conceal or disguise the true nature, source, location, disposition of any property knowing to such property is derived from the offense committed under this Act or under any corresponding law of any other country. Knowingly acquire, possess, or use any property which derived from an offense committed under this Act or under any corresponding law of any country. These provisions, I strongly felt, sir, can be applied in order to rein in these violent drug users. Section 27, it speaks about the punishment for consumption of any narcotic drugs or psychotropic substance. Whoever consume any narcotic drugs or psychotropic substance shall be punishable. Where the narcotic drug or psychotropic substance consumed is cocaine, morphine, or any other narcotic drugs or any psychotropic substance, as may be specified in this behalf by the central government by notification in the official gazette, with rigorous imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, or with fine which may extend to 20,000 rupees, or with both. And B, where the narcotic drugs or psychotropic substance consumed is other than those specified in or under Clause A, with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 6 months. So we have certain provisions that deal with the punishment of drugs users in the state. So the failure of the government in this regard has emboldened the drug suppliers to openly challenge any group who opposes them. The government can have, I feel, its own law, since this subject falls under the current list of the 7th schedule. So the other day, I came across a media report that carried a statement made by one of the ministers in this government, in which he said, I quote, sir, "How can they blame the government if the children are taking drugs? Can parents be blamed? It is the personal choice of the youth as they know their responsibility well," unquote. I tend to agree with this statement in the context of the report on drugs, which stated that initial stage where people get into drugs in the state of Meghalaya is 10 years old. The minister is right. How can the government take the blame for a child of 10 years old? And definitely, it is not the job of the government, but rather the duty and responsibility of the concerned parents. However, sir, when the minister is giving a sweeping statement, the minister needs to be reminded that there are not bad people only in the state. However, there are many good people also in the state. Lately, we have seen the sudden turn of events in the state where these addicts are resorting to extreme measures to get any amount of cash to meet their requirements. They are trying to harm and create a fear psychosis among the people, and even attempted forcefully to jab the innocent people, especially the young ones and the vulnerable section of society. The question here is, how can we expect that children who have been taught about values and principle and who have really led a disciplined life well within the instruction and guidance of their parents would suffer because of these violent drug users? Therefore, sir, taking into consideration all these discourses that are taking place in the public domain, one cannot help but to ask how people in power can have a sound sleep when they witness that precious lives are destroyed right under the nose of the government. So a serious question is whether the government is seriously yearning to get rid of this problem. Perhaps we can give this government a benefit of doubt when we know that the problem we are facing is not a simple problem, even though it is not a problem that cannot be solved. However, sir, when we look at what is going on in the state, we can pretend to be content, but honestly speaking, we are compelled to doubt the sincerity of the government. So I would now come to somewhat suggestions to the government in its fight against this menace. So I know that this is not the right place to discuss all the strategies to deal with this problem, because we are dealing with people who certainly have connections with the high-ups and even political leaders. It is therefore not even possible to discuss this matter freely and openly in any meeting organized by the government. We know for the fact that we can't even trust the police department completely, as there may be black sheep in the organization. So I strongly feel that the government should change the approach and strategy if it really wanted to eradicate this problem completely. I think we need to realize that there are different categories with different characteristics of drug users in the state. And therefore we need to adopt different approach and method according to the types of drug users to ensure that our fight against this problem is becoming more effective. So we also need to study the causes that led to a large-scale increase of drug addicts in the state. We cannot rule out the fact that our deviation from our own culture and way of life as a tribal community had paved way for those who are in this trade to exploit the situation. We have to understand that people are not easily drawn into drugs in a normal situation. I am sure that those who are in this business are fully aware that they need to have a proper plan and effective device to promote their business. They will zero in on a soft target. For example, people who are in grief and distress, people who are always after easy money, people who are overindulged, people who are in the habit of experimenting life. They will also take advantage of the increasing unemployment problem in the state. I'm sure they must be ready to do anything in order to expand their business. They will not, sir, leave nothing to chance to ensure that they do not miss those targets. We should keep in mind, sir, that we are dealing with a group of people who are hell-bent to get things done, because for them, it is a business to earn big income. So the sad reality was that the state government was being played into their hands. The policy of the government to organize music festivals and the easiest way to get access to liquor in these festivals has only furthered the increase of drugs users in the state. This is not a baseless allegation, sir, but liquor bottles and syringes were found in venues where festivals were held from time to time. That is where the place where drug peddlers are very actively involved. So I would like to speak on another issue, and that is the widespread of HIV in the state. So as a community, we used to claim that we are the people who come to this earth to earn righteousness. We are the people that knows God and knows man as well. The community that lives well within the moral compass. However, the data on drugs and HIV shows otherwise. There is no doubt that in the past, moral standard of the indigenous tribal of the state was very high and well commended by the people from outside the state. So I felt that we must have the courage to call spade a spade and should really understand the current condition and prepare to face the reality no matter how hard it is. We should not continue to live in an illusion anymore. It is also imperative to challenge the changes that have taken place in our way of life with strong determination and resolve, in order to be able to restore back the lost glory of the tribal community and rise up to the occasion to rescue the state from the present disgraceful condition. So, without any iota of doubt, I must express that if we continue with the same procedure to contain the spread of HIV, we will not be able to attain desired result. We have seen how the Meghalaya AIDS Control Society, which is the key government organization leading the fight against HIV and AIDS in Meghalaya, worked for the last 27 years. And the stress seems to be on the promotion of using a condom or protected sex, avoiding using of syringes and few other steps which cannot draw the support and cooperation of the people. Another serious issue is the failure of the government to detect people with AIDS or HIV. So how can we fight against these diseases when we do not even know who are the people contracted with the disease? For instance, how can we prevent the spread of the disease when the wife is not aware that a husband is an HIV positive or vice versa? When we look at the number registered with the health department, as per media report, it was quite shocking, sir. These are the numbers of people registered only, if not willingly, but accidentally. Imagine if all are made to undergo the tests to detect the disease. I will not be surprised that the numbers will increase manifold. So it is really scary to learn from the data published by the National AIDS Control Organization the status of Meghalaya as far as HIV and AIDS is concerned. According to the Sansalak 6th edition published by NACO in 2024, Meghalaya's status in HIV and STI is 0.54%, 7th highest in India against the national average of 0.22%, and 3rd in the Northeast. It was reported that there are emerging pockets of HIV/AIDS indicate STI concerns in the state of Meghalaya. The contribution towards the HIV in Meghalaya, according to the report of the Sansalak, comes from the general population, which shows that the virus is in the community itself. The reason is because the virus is allowed to spread without detection. Moreover, sir, according to the 5th edition 2023, the Sanselak Meghalaya ranked first in the prevalence of syphilis seropositivity or STIs, with 8.4%, to be followed by Mizoram by 1-point-something% only, sir. However, no mention was made in the 6th edition about this. Therefore, I feel that as a state, we need to know what is the current status as far as STI is concerned. So, how do we spread? How do we stop the spread of the disease when we are not in a position to know with whom we are in contact? Can we allow the disease to go silently without being noticed? I know that the argument will be, how can we compromise the dignity of people suffered with AIDS and HIV? No doubt it is a genuine concern, sir. I understand. So if we decide that the identity of the people suffered with the disease should be kept in confidential, then I don't know how we will be able to stop the spread of the disease. Even the law does not allow to disclose the identity of people living with HIV. However, sir, I feel that it would not be fair also if our concentration is too much about the dignity of a person contracted with the disease and forget about the safety of the innocent people. So it would not be wrong to say that there is a need to classify between people with HIV into two categories. That is the victim and the culprit. So what we learned from these problems was that we are facing a very peculiar situation where the wrongdoer, the criminals, gets protection and the right and honest and innocent people have to live in fear. I, for one, would like to tell in a very categorical term, sir, that if I have to choose between protecting the right, the honest, and the innocent people and the criminal, I would definitely choose to protect the right, the honest, and the innocent, because it is for that reason only that I've been called for, sir. It may be too hard to take a decision, sir, I understand. I strongly feel that if we really want to check the spread of the disease, the government shall have to strike a balance between the dignity of the victims and the safety of the innocent people. So we need to look at this problem from a wider perspective, sir, and adopt a holistic approach to eradicate this problem and achieve the intended goal of the government to make Meghalaya a drug-free state and reduce the number of people with HIV, sir. So to my mind, there is a misplaced priority in the campaign against the spread of the disease. We have to carefully evaluate the people's acceptance as far as the campaign is concerned. I strongly feel, sir, that the government needs to stress on positive campaign rather than negative campaign. I believe that positive campaign will yield positive result. We need to also keep in mind the mentality and the mindset of the tribal community. Therefore, sir, the priority of the campaign should be more on morality and ethical values. Instead of encouraging the people to have sex with the use of condom to prevent the spread of AIDS or HIV, it would be better to teach our children not to have sex before marriage. And this has to be the priority and the main stress in the campaign, sir. In the sideline, of course, we can also highlight the danger of careless engagement in any sexual activities that may lead into the danger of contracting HIV and AIDS. It may sound too idealistic for some people. However, I am of the firm belief, sir, that this kind of campaign will have a very good response and the people will be more receptive to this kind of campaign. And in the long run, it will make the people to take marriage seriously with a sense of responsibility. We also need to explain and tell our children about the sanctity of marriage. I think we are all familiar with this verse in the scripture, which says that the wages of sin is death, or the outcome of sin is death. When we go deep into the problem of this problem, sir, that we are facing today, we have to admit that this is a curse that God has brought upon us. Therefore, we need to mend our ways as the community. For that there is no other better way than what it is written in the scriptures and the teaching. And that is, train up a child in the way he should go, and he will never depart from it, even when he is old. Moreover, it is also written that a youngster's heart is filled with foolishness, but physical discipline will drive it far away. Or foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction will drive it far away from him. Therefore, sir, it is necessary for us to understand the need to start teaching our children about good morals and values from a very young age. I am sure that none of us in this August house will teach our children or encourage them to have sex, protected sex before marriage. We may have committed mistakes in our lives, but I am sure we will never wish our children to commit the same mistake as we did, sir. I feel we need to introduce a course about marriage as an institution. As one of the syllabi in the educational institution, targeting the young minds by portraying a strong bond of family derived from a very good relation as a result of a good and strong foundational background, sir. So let us now resolve to build strong families by inculcating into the minds of our children the values, virtues, and positive character only. Remember that a nation without a character has no future, sir. I also strongly felt that young minds should not be allowed to be corrupted under any circumstances. So we may not see immediate result, but I assure this August house that the future of our state will be brighter and safer. With these submissions, sir, I wish you
It is about to be 2 o'clock, but I will extend the House for 1 more hour. So any members who wish to speak may also raise their hands or send me a slip. I have received a note from Ba Renington El Tonkar, Honorable MLA from Makorwat. Ba Renington, you may please. Sorry. You are also one of the movers. You want to speak
yes,
first?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Because my subject
I'm sorry.
has been clumping together. No?
Yes, please. Okay, it's okay. Okay, Ba Edelbert then. Sorry. I'm very sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. First and foremost, I would like to extend my thanks to your esteemed office as you have been clubbing this very important subject together, as it is purely relevant and very similar with the subject brought by moved by the mover Barden Milav Samoy, honorable member from Nongkrem. My subject, as I had stated, this House to now discuss the subject of the urgent need for a statewide anti-drugs emergency in view of the rampant and alarming rise in drugs trafficking, addiction, and threat to children and youth in Meghalaya. Sir, let me remind the House that this subject is a very common issue, and we are facing the subject as an affected, as it had been affected the whole state. So it is a call for each and everyone, a mass participation. It's not just by being satisfied, looking or satisfying, seeing by one section or from the police department or from the NGOs or from any section of the communities, but it is the mass participation. Therefore, sir, it will be more benefiting, sir, that this very subject, it will not be just a mere thinking, talking and bringing about development in the state, if at the same time our society, especially our youth is being destroyed and consumed by numerous forms of evils, the most dangerous of which is drugs. What future does our state have if our youth are already lost? According to a report by the government presented 7 months ago in this August House, it was stated that there are over 3 lakhs individuals, mostly youth, who have used various kinds of intoxicating substances, and most likely this number has only increased since then. We can see that our state today is overwhelmed by news related only to drugs, whether it's on social media, in newspapers, or in public discussion. Crimes, immoral acts, and dangerous incidents are rising rapidly. Heinous activities are increasing every single day, to the point where parents are now afraid for the safety of their children. There is no longer peace or security in our communities. We fear the day might come when it will no longer be possible to control this menace, whether it's from those who consume and use drugs or from those who deal and traffic them. It may even reach a point where the government is left with no choice but to issue a shoot at sight order against such individual, like what had happened in Philippines in 2016-17, or to impose life imprisonment. Sir, our prison and shelters home are filled with young people and minors arrested for crimes, either directly or indirectly, connected to drugs use. Rehabilitation centers, the addiction facilities, and treatment centers are overflowing with people who wish to quit these harmful substances. Parents cry in despair, afraid of what might happen to their children, because everywhere they turn, there is only danger. Cases of HIV and hepatitis C are also on the rise, especially among those who use or inject drugs through the sharing of same needles or syringe. Let me repeat again. Cases of HIV and hepatitis C are also on the rise, especially among those who use or inject drugs through the sharing of same needles or syringe. What have we really done? Let us ask whether we have done correctly or righteously in performing our duties and responsibilities. Sir, we know that the drugs consumed and used by our children and youth are not produced within a state. They are brought in from other states and countries. We should immediately stop the inflow. The government should give a special focusing and concentrating to stop the supply. Once we could stop the supply, I believe the demand will subside and full of the dream will come true. We know that the drugs consumed and used by our children and youth are not produced within a state. This is the fact that no one can deny. We have seen that the police have been working tirelessly day and night to gather intelligence, conduct raids, and arrest those who traffic these illegal substances. However, it is disheartening and even insulting to see that the very people they work hard to arrest are released within just few days and then walk proudly in the streets. This discourages the police and make them lose morale and motivation in the work. So, yes, we see that there are awareness programs being conducted by various organizations and groups. Some are supported by the government, but many of them are self-funded. The question is, are awareness program alone is enough? Local NGOs who work tirelessly and courageously in fighting drugs and helping our fellow citizens who are trapped in addiction are struggling like a fight of a losing war. A fight as if between a lion and a mouse. Many of them receive no financial assistance from the government, central or state, and those who do report facing major difficulties like delays, irregularities in fund release, and bureaucratic procedures. What can we do? What things need to be done? So, it is time to strictly monitor all entry and exit points of the state by deploying modern technologies such as ion mobility spectrometry, IMS, devices, handheld narcotics analyzer, fibroscopes, X-ray scanners, GPS tracking tools, and deploying canine dog squads to check everyone entering the state, whether on foot or in vehicles, public, private, or even army and parliamentary vehicles, because there have been cases where even personnel from the armed forces have been involved in drugs trafficking. These checks must be conducted 24/7. So, if we can block the inflow of drugs into the state, it will force the addicts to seek help and treatment. Only then can we assist them through OST, oral substitution therapy, or other medical treatment. We saw how during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government helped many villages set up their own quarantine camp and center. Why can't the same be done in tackling this issue? So why doesn't the government encourage and assist villages in organizing communities detoxification programs where village authorities can call and encourage all drugs users to come forward and voluntarily attend detox camp? In these camps, the government can simply provide doctors, nurses, and essential medication needed for treatment as well as financial requirement. So, such detox programs must involve collaboration between the Darbar Chinau, village council, police, communities, organization, faith-based group, and especially NGOs. Working with drugs user along with support from law enforcement and health department. It is also time for the government to establish task force at the district block and village level. These task force must include all stakeholders, focusing on both rehabilitation and prevention. So we have the NDPS Act, but is it sufficient in the context of a state? Do we need a specific state law or at least an improved and stricter implementation of the Meghalaya Drugs Abuse Prevention Policy 2020? Perhaps if we had our own state level law, we could impose harsher punishment on dealers and peddlers, which would lightly reduce drugs trafficking. Addicts would also hesitate before becoming peddlers, themselves a common pattern, as many users eventually turn into sellers to fund their addiction. So it is also time for the government to establish government-run rehabilitation center in every district and to provide financial assistance to individuals or groups who want to open such centers. Currently, many families are forced to send their loved ones outside the state for treatment. We have seen how our youth are treated in these centers located outside Meghalaya, often in unfamiliar and unfriendly environments. So we also witness how a youth organization from one locality in Shillong stood up and threatened drugs users and peddlers. What drove them to take such extreme action? Is it the result of government failure and inaction? We fear this may spread to other localities where people may take the law into their own hands. And when that happens, law and order will collapse across the entire state. The world has already accepted that addiction is a disease. And a relapsing is high possibility. Therefore, we must understand that our fellow citizens who are addicted require specialized and long-term treatment, not just a one-time intervention. There must be regular follow-up, continuous support, and mental and emotional care until they fully regain their strength and stability. So, we also observe that many youths relapse even after rehabilitation. Why? Because they receive no support afterward. There are very few recreational activities, and most of them lack employment opportunities. As a result, they fall back into the trap of addiction. Hence, there must be sufficient recreational activities and especially vocational training so that they can stand on their own feet after recovery. I almost come to a conclusion. Lastly, topics like drugs abuse, early teenage pregnancy, and misuse of social media, mobile phones must be made mandatory, conducting offline and online classes. In all schools and colleges to spread awareness and protect our children and youth from these dangerous and harmful behaviors that arise from misuse. So before I conclude, let me put a clear remark, a clear message by this present government of the day. Let it be a clear message sending to our beloved state that this government will not spare, and there will be no zero tolerance even of small possession of small quantities. With these very few words, sir, I would like to submit my submission before you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. But Renekton MLA, Renekton Lingdo.
Sir, thank you so much for allowing me to participate on this very important special motion moved by Arden Milar Bersayomot, Honorable MLA from 22 Nongkrem. Sir, we agree with the fact that we are all concerned, equally concerned, on the trap that our young boys and girls are falling to addict into drugs. And sad to note that this percentage is increasing, even though the government are putting all the effort to fight against drugs menace. Sir, I must appreciate the step taken by the government in fighting against drugs. Through DREAM mission, we have seen the government has extended fund to the organization who open rehab center and who deal with this fight against drugs. We know the government has given to the Dorbashnong and to some organization in the different districts. I'm very happy to share here I have the opportunity last night to be with Honorable Chief Minister in one of the program, and Honorable Chief Minister, he spoke last night, that he will increase double the budget to fight against this drug menace. I'm very happy to inform the House that I'm very fortunate to hear by my own ears to the statement, to the commitment made by Honorable Chief Minister. We understand the seriousness of the government to fight against drug in the state of Meghalaya. But sir, even though we try, but we know for the fact that the smugglers, drug smugglers are still there, and they are trying their level best to increase their business. I agree with the point raised by all other members who have participated, that there was a supply change, and it is very, very important to stop this supply change of drugs. Sometimes I'm concerned listening to the awareness program that we had when I have the opportunity to listen myself. In the awareness program, instead of creating fear to the youngsters to involve into drugs, it is sometimes like encouraging and giving the awareness to them that they come to know about the goodness of involving into drug business. I am against sometimes to the speaker who spoke in front of the young people, like giving the awareness and telling the fact that how people become so rich overnight and become so rich in a very short time involving in this drugs business. Sir, I think this is the time that we have to educate even our people while giving awareness, that we should not talk about making rich by involving in drugs business. I think we also understand, as a matured person, we have to take the responsibility. How do we speak to our young people in the programs that we are having? It worries me so many times when I listen to the speech of the person who gives the lecture in the awareness program and telling in front of our young boys and girls that how people became so rich, and a small quantity of drug, it's involves crores of rupees, and if you do this kind of business, you will be rich. Sir, I think this is very, very important. As legislators and all the officers in the department involving in this fight, we have to be very careful while talking to our young people. I am concerned, sir, to see that some family, they are desperate so much, and sad to hear that there are some parents, they don't have any more hope for their own children, and they tell to people that we will let him drink, let him inject till he die. They don't want to fight anymore. Desperately, they said, we will give whatever he wants till he die. It's very sad to know that there are some parents who are facing such kind of problem to their own beloved children. Sir, my last submission on this very important fight that we all have to involve ourselves is that I know, even though the government, as I have told from before, that the government is trying its best to fight against drugs menace, against drugs supply, against drug addiction, but we know it is very, very difficult for the government alone. Therefore, I appeal to the community. It is a high time that we all as a community should involve in this fight. As a community. And I request the government, if it is required to amend the law, we should amend the law to enable, to empower the Dorbashnong to empower the headmen to involve themselves in this fight. We should all fight together. All the traditional bodies has to fight together. Health department has to fight together, and even the Darbashna has to have a place in it to fight together. Only then we can see hope that we will be one day a drug-free state, and we will give hope to the family, to our young people living in this beloved state of Meghalaya. Chairman, sir, I truly believe that if we all fight together, it is not too late. If we all involved in this seriously, honestly. Sad to hear that there are people at the higher place, at the high place, involved in this as alleged. Chairman, sir, I think we should ensure ourselves, each one of us, that we should be free involving in this kind of business, and we should do all possible things to stop supply and to do not allow our young children, our young boys and girls to fall under this drugs addiction. With these few words, I resume myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now I would like to request Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, Leader of Opposition, to kindly take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the honourable members who have jointly moved this very important motion. There are a few things where I would like to stress upon. The mover of the motion and the co-mover of the motion and our honourable member from Maukarwat have already stressed on those areas of concern and the measures which can be considered by the government in order to deal with this challenge, a challenge which is not confined to the state, not confined to the nation, but is, of course, a global challenge. In respect of this issue of uncontrolled inflow of the drugs which is made available for the targeted youth, we have to see from the context of geopolitics as well. And if we look at the scale of these substances being smuggled and peddled through, they are all reflected. Only even in the case of Meghalaya, we were told, as was made available to us by the authorities concerned, that the total seizure of drugs in last 5 years amounted to 412 crores in value. Similarly, since 2021, in respect of Assam, the seizure of drugs are more than 2,000 crore. These are scales of the only quantum of drugs which were seized in terms of value. But when we look at the quantum of drugs which is somehow managing to reach the target, it's a matter of concern. There is already a late modus operandi, well-scripted modus operandi by the people who are involved in this illegality. In fact, it's a global concern. Now, why it is global concern is that all these substances, particularly the new trend is that people who are in this illicit trade are actually engaging in innovation. Innovation in respect of ensuring that if the targeted victims are once trapped, they cannot get out of it. They have tried to engage the experts in the field, people who are in the domain of this, with the knowledge in domain of pharmaceutical sector, and youth who have studied to become expert in their respective domains in pharmaceutical sector. Today they are being targeted. They are being targeted to be used as the people, like we have the best chef who will be, known for his innovation, the whole culinary innovations. Similarly, the same thing is happening in regard to the drugs. I was reading one article based on huge research which reflected that they have tried to ensure that anybody who has taken just one dose of these drugs is no longer able to stay without asking for the second dose and third dose, and so completely trapped. So it's an innovation that has taken place and still taking place. Therefore, the need to actually come with the right kind of stringent law is the need of the hour. We know the constraints. We know how many of these people who have been somehow arrested and subjected to prosecution got away because of the lacuna in the law. And they mingle around, and we don't know who they are. But one thing is important. In the absence of this stringent law which can enable the law enforcers to pin down on the offenders, the criminals, people who are engaged in this illicit trade. While we talk about the need to amend the Act, there's another way of doing it. Any proceed of crime, anybody who is enriching himself through proceeds of crime is covered under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Therefore, is it not necessary, therefore, to keep the track of people who seem to accumulate abnormally huge, which is disproportionate to their known source of income? And we know that once this particular approach is adopted, it will not be so difficult. We talk about easy money. Some people are demonstrating that they already have surplus quantum of money. Some people have accumulated enormous wealth through this illicit business. It is not confined to our state. Therefore, a corroborative strategy involving all the states to have a collective endeavor with the involvement of the states and government of India is required. We see our EDs raiding the houses of businessmen, coal traders. But what about people who are accumulating wealth by doing something else? We have a robust system now. With the whole digitalization, we are able to actually follow the trail of money, where the money is going, where the money is coming from. What is the problem in actually identifying, people who have accumulated enormous amount of money through this illicit trade? The lifestyle, the way of life, the accumulation of disproportionate wealth. These are the leads for the law enforcing agencies to connect the dots. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, it is necessary. I think the government and all of us will look at this another way of taking advantage of the existence of this particular law. Because what does the law say? I will just refer to one part. Any individual if has the ownership over an asset which is acquired from the proceeds of crime, then he will be liable to be prosecuted under the relevant sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Therefore, this proceeds of crime is not confined to only one crime. This proceeds of crime refers to money which is the proceeds of crime like terrorists, any international activities by doing which they accumulate property as agents of the enemies of the nation. Also, any proceeds of crime. Any proceeds of crime by abusing the position and power, including any proceeds of crime by any individual, by any citizen. It is not confined to any one group of people. So therefore, the government can leverage upon this this act which is capable of reaching out to those, and there will be no place for hiding. I hope government will explore these possibilities. Then another part is that in view of the huge quantum of the drugs which has been seized over the years, now the section 52A of the NDPS Act 1985 requires that all these drug substances which have been seized, in order to ensure that they are not subjected to theft or otherwise disappearance or otherwise substitution or any other means of somehow allowing this quantum of seized drugs going into wrong hands, it must be disposed of, destroyed immediately. That is the law. That is the requirement of the law. And there has to be a committee. The relevant sections of these particular relevant subsections of this relevant section is very clear and self-explanatory. Therefore, it will be in the fitness of things for this august House to know from the government as to, in this regard, whether these provisions of this particular act have been adhered to and implemented. If so, the debt. Because it is very clear. It is even clearer into how it should be done. How the committee has to be done, constituted, the chairman of which should be notified, and how the disposal should be done with the involvement of the other authorities under the Government of India, Joint Commissioner of Customs and Central Excise, Joint Director of DRI, or officers of equivalent rank. So whether this exercise has been done in order to destroy all the drugs which has been seized in last preceding years. This has to be made known to this August House in order to ensure that the authorities are doing what they should be doing in sync with the mandate of the law and requirement of the law. Then another important part which I would like to share is to look at the precursors, the ingredients which are required for all those deadly drugs of the present era. Methamphetamine. How is methamphetamine made? What are the precursors? All these areas of concern. Now, for example, if one pharmaceutical company is producing ephedrine or pseudoephedrine, which is the precursor of methamphetamine, how much is the pharmaceutical company producing? Must be put under scanner. Where is it going? There must be an appropriate trail and the end user. Now suppose I am a pharmacy retail shop owner. For how many lakhs of people I will be selling this ephedrine or pseudoephedrine preparation, which is a precursor for methamphetamine?
if there is an abnormal absorption through the sale proceeds of those so-called pharmaceutical retail shops and whatever, even the consignment which is brought by the distributor, where is it going? The end user. Because it is meant for the patients, not to be used as a precursor for those substances. Therefore, there is a mechanism to track the perpetrators if there is a will. Yes, we have been able to demonstrate the competence of our authorities. We have been able to, as a state, demonstrate the competence of our police organization in the past. When terrorist organizations were buying some arms from other states, everything in detail were known by our security agencies, and they knew where they were going, where they have reached, and they knew where to seize. So the robust system is available with the government. How we should utilize them and how we should leverage upon them, how we should augment that system, improve that system, courtesy, technology, artificial intelligence. So there are many ways. Today, the complete digitalization of the whole banking system is another way. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, I think it's not a time when I can be too elaborate in this regard, but I have indicated that there are certain areas which should be examined in totality and have further exhaustive due diligence to know more about how these things are going and coming, how these precursors are coming from other countries and being, converted into these end users' product, and how they are infiltrating our international border and how it is reaching us. We have long border with Bangladesh, and now with the situation in the neighboring country, under the current situation, I think we have to be more alert. So also the Indo-Myanmar border. So also other borders. Because many of these precursors, if you go by the quantum of these precursors having been destroyed, including the labs where they are being produced by China as a crackdown on this drug cartel, it's amazing. I mean, it's astonishing figure, huge. Therefore, China is not far away. China is our neighboring country. So also Myanmar, so also Bangladesh, so also Thailand, and they will find their own way, because the cartel, the manner in which these cartels work, if you're looking at the quantum of seizure of the drugs and the value associated with it, each time when the drugs are seized, value at 4 crore, value at 10 crore, value at 30 crore, value at 50 crore, value at 100 crore, value at 1,000 crore. That means people with big money are playing. Nothing happens to them, even though huge consignments are seized, which has a very high astronomical value. They continue uninterrupted. That means there is a surplus, enormous circulation of money already in the cartel. That means the cartel has already established. That's the reason why we see that lots of pharmaceutical companies, they continue to produce ephedrine, pseudoephedrine, more than what is required in the nation. How many people are suffering from cold and cough? That one pharmacy will end up selling these products of ephedrine and pseudoephedrine for 1 lakh patients. These are leads. These are leads to go after them. The chain, break the chain and break the nest. This is what we did when we wanted to restore peace. We went to see where they were sleeping, where they have built their nest, where they're breeding. And that's how we restore peace. Similarly in these cases, the geopolitical angle must also be seen, and Government of India must be aggressively engaged in this part. Because Northeast is more vulnerable. Look at what's happened in Punjab. With heavy heart, I think every parents are speaking about this. And therefore, we have already crossed the limit. In fact, we should have been able to do something earlier, but something has gone wrong. The
so-called porous international border is not acceptable to us. It is not acceptable to us. It is not the responsibility of the state to seal the border. It is the responsibility of the government of India. Therefore, under the present circumstances, they must aggressively engage with government of India collectively, not just Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland. We spend lots of time to build party, but this is another crucial area where we should engage. It is not possible for Meghalaya alone to fight this battle. Let us be honest and blunt. We know how the drugs are reaching Tura. We know how the drugs are reaching Ampati. Who were the peddlers? Peddlers were from Assam. And today, unfortunately, our honorable member from Fulbari, the Honorable Minister of Power, will be seized with this problem in the plain belt. Huge problem. We never expected that problem of this scale in respect of substance abuse will take place in that part of the country, because that is both Meghalaya and Assam. More in Assam. Therefore, this collective resolve of the states is a must. Therefore, how we give effect to this intent, we have to take government of India into the loop. I'm sure they will be forthcoming in doing so. So, rest, we know number of initiatives are being taken by the government, but that is not going to be enough unless this collective resolve is taken care of, unless the international borders are still in the right earnest, and unless people with this process of crime are put under scanner and the whole law of the land is activated to go after them. That will create the kind of deterrence. Because what Honorable Member from Malkurwar was saying is very alarming and scary. That people tend to think that, okay, by doing this, I can become rich overnight. Shortcut. Temptation. The greed. The helplessness, the hopelessness from other other road may be so difficult, uphill. They will look at some of them. Just one or two are enough to destroy. So therefore, the cartels will find easy partners, soft targets to recruit them as their partners. If 10 years old, 12 years old, the young ones are already being targeted, we know then what is their modus operandi. We already understand how dangerous they can be. And it's very painful to see families. When everybody is well, there are plenty of works. But when one member in the family is a victim of substance abuse, they have no other work except to focus on that particular effect. Yes, this is what is happening. I have seen it, I'm seeing it. We are all seeing it. So I think we must all come together. We should all come together. All the states must come together, and Government of India. And then Act must be amended. This Act must be designed in such a way that all those units of manufacture of the precursors ka precursors bhi hai, all these things. So while we are looking at the licensing procedure, it is indicative of the intent, the quantum, the scales, and therefore it's a global issue though, but then charity begins at home. We must start doing something more effective. Given the challenges, I think we can overcome if we all come together, and if we also, like what the mover of the motion has also said, the community role, the morality, the hesitation to look at the shortcut to become rich. These are important. Because they know that they may be rich, but they will be in prison one day. That is the deterrence. Therefore, PMLA. Well, people may not like it, but then I say that this is one of the strongest weapons, the strongest legal weapon available before the country, before the state, before all of us. Then on the issue of this increasing number of people living with HIV, it's a matter of concern. We have seen what the government is doing, but much more things are required to be done. How the people living with HIV and the stigma attached to it can be addressed is going to help us in many ways. Though there may be other school of thought, but then it has been well understood that unless the people who are infected and are living with the virus, they are honest to share and don't hide, then we know what to do. Therefore, the stigma attached to these people living with the virus is the issue of concern. This is because of the way we look at them. Number of programs, but I think much more aggressive program has to be there to achieve this objective, which is already formatted exhaustively. Many experienced people who are dealing with this, fighting with this, have already worked out and then formatted the whole protocols as to how to deal with. And as challenges confront us, I think as we evolve, based on our learning experiences of the past, we'll be again equipped with more ideas and knowledges, and we will know what new challenges confront us, and we will find a way how to overcome them. So I leave it to the collective wisdom of all of us. Let it not be confined to only the department concerned. We can see now this particular topic when we are discussing. Which minister will reply, I don't know, because it involves so many. Therefore, that collective, that convergence of thoughts, that is very crucial. And then the onus of responsibility of making it happen is upon the government, and then we look forward to see that effective measures are put in place to somehow face these challenges and see how we can insulate our state, our region, and our country from this very formidable challenge, which is actually a global challenge too. But then as a state, when we start, I think the model of our measures that we take can always be seen. If it is the best, then it is replicated. What is best done by somebody, showcased by somebody, we can always emulate them if they're the best. So with these few words, Mr. Chairman, sir, I resume myself.
Thank you, Honourable Leader of Opposition. Now I would like to request Charles Malgar, Honourable MLA, to kindly take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir, for allowing me to participate on this motion brought by the honourable member from Nongkrem constituency. When we talk about the drug menace, it is an issue we are all familiar with. We have seen its impact on social media. We have heard about from various organizations, and even the church continues to raise concern about it. It has affected our society deeply, socially, morally, and spiritually. As one of the members of this August House, before I continue my speech, Mr. Chairman, sir, I have to ask myself, what I have done on this very serious issue. This motion I take as a challenge to all of us as the member of this August House, whether we have done something or not. As the member who representing our state, Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm standing here not to repeat what has already been said by my fellow honorable members. Instead, I rise to offer few concrete suggestions which I believe could help us to tackle this growing crisis. Suggestion number one, sir. I would like to suggest a government formation of a state-level special committee on drug menace. Let the government consider setting up a special committee at the state level dedicated to addressing the drug menace. This committee should include representatives from the police department, health department, education department, NGOs, and also faith-based organizations. Another suggestion, sir, I would like to suggest to our government to form a committee at the CNRD block level. I suggest that a committee be formed in each and every CNRD block to be headed by the BDOs. This committee will help monitoring and coordinate anti-drug activities at the grassroots level. Suggestion number 3, sir. The formation of village level committee. Each BDO should take the initiative to form a committee in every village, both in urban and rural areas. These committees should include local leaders, youth representatives, and also the member of the church, the local church, of other religious institutions, so that the community takes ownership of the problems. Suggestion number 4, sir. I would like to suggest that our government should establish more counseling centers. This is a dire need to set up more counseling centers in every district. These centers will offer support and rehabilitation services to drug users and will play a key role in prevention and recovery. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I will not take much time. Drug abuse is not just a personal issue. It is a community issue, a society issue, and a moral issue. Therefore, sir, our fight against drugs must be united, inclusive, and continuous. I once again urge the government to consider this suggestion with sincerity and urgency. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, once again, thank you so much. And with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
It is going to be 3 o'clock, but I will give one more time to Madam Miani Disira, MLA. You may speak, but please be brief as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also rise to participate in this special motion brought by Honourable Member from Nongpo. This House do now discuss the alarming increase of drug addicts and people with HIV in the state and its impact. Mr. Speaker, sir, I doubt that there is anyone here today who does not know personally somebody who is struggling with addiction. I think it is so alarming and it is so rampant now. It is so common. It's such a common thing now that sometimes we feel like it's not a problem anymore because it's so common. Now our state's total population is approximately 30 lakhs, whereas we can see that the numbers of addicts are approximately 3 lakhs. That means almost 10% of our population is addicted to some kind of substance. If these numbers are not alarming enough, I don't know what is. I think every one of us should be worried, should be scared. I, as a mother, I am worried for the future generation. I am worried for my state, I am worried for my people. Now, even in rural areas, where substance abuse, drug abuse was never heard of, now it is being so common. It is a common phenomenon. So, unfortunately for people who are living in the rural areas, most of the interventions, de-addiction centers, are mostly concentrated in the urban areas, sir. So therefore, through you, I would like to request, I have also put up one question regarding de-addiction and rehabilitation centers. It is of urgent requirement, urgent need, that every district headquarter has this de-addiction and rehabilitation centers. And also, specifically, I would like to mention that for women, there's hardly, any seats available, any specific centers available. So, something specific for women also is required. Now, before me, a lot of members have spoken at length about the different problems related to drugs and the spread of HIV in the state. Therefore, I would not go more into details, and since Mr. Speaker, sir, you have requested me to be brief, I will try to make my submission very brief. Now, coming to the spread of HIV, sir, I think we see that this is the other side of the same coin of drug abuse that is happening in the state. I think the increase in the drug abuse and the increase in the HIV positive rates in the state have increased rapidly almost at the same time in the state. If we can, look at the past 5 to 6 years, we can see that within this time period, a rapid growth in the drug abuse and the numbers in the HIV positive rate has gone up. So we can see that it is a part of the same coin. But also one of the main factors, I feel, the increase in HIV positive is because of open and increased prostitution. I have lived my whole life, not my whole life, but maybe almost 30 years of my life in Shillong. But I have never seen anything like this. If I go to Police Bazaar if I pass by SP office, if I pass by Governor's house from the back road, I have never seen anything like it. Unfortunately, I'm a woman standing here and talking about this. It is an unfortunate situation in the state capital, sir. Today, I think there is something lacking in the police force, or I don't know, in the morality within our society, or what is lacking today in the state, I don't know, sir. But my humble submission is that we have a robust system available with the government, and the police needs to act immediately.
3 p.m. In exercise of the Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct, I will further extend the sitting of the House till this special motion is disposed of. You may continue, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. The Meghalaya police, I'm sure, is equipped to deal with all these issues, maybe not fully, but whatever is in their capacity, they need to act. Sir, most of the recommendations have been given by the honorable members who have spoken before me, so therefore I will not dwell on it. I will just request one thing from the government of the day, that we take this matter urgently and bring on board all of the NGOs, the church bodies, other religious bodies, and everyone of the civil society who are concerned about this issue, and create a platform to deal with these problems. Sir, I think for the HIV positives, one recommendation I would like to give as well is that availability of testing centers, sir. I think in every, not just in district headquarters, if possible in all the PHCs, if they can do the tests, because this is spreading because some of them don't even know that they have the disease. They don't even know because they feel the shame to go and get tested. So therefore, sir, if they can get tested, then we would protect wives and children who are unaware of the disease being spread within their own homes. Therefore, sir, and once they get tested, if they are positive, immediately they need to be given some kind of counseling, because only then they will feel the responsibility towards not spreading the disease. And I think from information from the medical department on inquiry, I was told that medications are not easily available as well. So in the hotspots of where our people have increased positivity rates, I think there needs to be easy accessibility for medication as well. So, sir, with these few words, I would like to resume my seats. Thank you.
We have one more speaker, last one, Sostinos Sotun. Would you please, before the minister replies, I will just give you some time. Please be short and brief.
Thank you, the Honourable Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in the special motion raised by Adan Miller Basamut that this House do now discuss the alarming increase of drugs addicts and people with HIV in the state and its impact. I'll be very, very short, sir. So, first of all, I would like to thank the government for the different initiatives, the steps taken in eradicating drugs and the drugs peddlers and drugs smugglers. And we have seen that many different initiatives taken by the government, through the department, the police department and the health department, and many different committees as well, to create more awareness about the alarming drugs and the danger of drugs that will come about. So, even though after many restrictions that we have seen the government has taken, and the police department especially, they are very busy in tackling the drugs smugglers and drug users. So we have seen that many of the complaints that coming out to us as public representative, that many theft taking place in different areas due to drug users. And I myself, as the local MLA representing the border areas, we have noticed that many of the areas that is the danger point, as we say. Because, sir, as to inform to this August House, many of the family members, they are very much concerned of their own children, especially those who have already addicted to drugs. And to state here in the August House, and I was informed by many people also, that Bonnet area, after crossing the bridge, you will see one junction where many people, they will say that this is the pickup point. Even though initiatives have been taken by the police department, and still drug users and smugglers still exist in that area. So what I feel, sir, that in those certain areas, maybe CCTV camera to be installed, or creating the other force, like the special task force, which will include the village doorbells, some of the youth, the NGOs or women's group, in helping the government or in helping the department concerned to wipe out all the people whom that the department has full suspect of it. So joint efforts from the government, village dobbers, the women's group, the youth, what I feel it will help in eradicating drugs. And as we are in the border areas, so I would like to request the government that the joint border efforts with the Assam counterpart. This will be very helpful because drug smugglers and drug users, we are seen in both sides. So it's the need of the hour for the department to take it as a very serious note, together in collaborating with all these stakeholders, we have to jointly take this issue as a very serious threat. Because we don't want each of our family members to get involved or to get trapped into the drug users or any illegal activities or the smuggling of drugs. So with just only these few words, sir, I would once again like to thank you, sir, for allowing me to take part in this special motion. And I hope that with the joint efforts that the department, the government, and all these stakeholders will see that Meghalaya, our state, will be a drug-free state. Only these words, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now may I call the Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I take this opportunity to thank both the movers of the two motions which are of a similar nature, the Honourable Member from Nongpo, Aden M. Basayomai, and the Honourable Member from North Shillong, Adelbert Nongrom, for having drawn the attention of this August House to a grave and alarming situation. I also thank numerous legislators who took part in the discussion, the Honourable Member from Maukarwan, Mauhati, the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Member from Ampati, as well as the Honourable Member from Jirang constituency. I'm sure that we all share the grave concern at the emerging situation. But I also would like to share the glimmer of hope which the Honorable LO made when he referred to the famous song, "We Shall Overcome," which galvanized an entire society to fight against apartheid in the past. I shall also allude, taking a cue from that song, I shall allude to the lines of the famous writer who, Alexander Pope, spoke of these famous lines, quote, "Hope springs eternal in the human breast," unquote. So, substance use disorders and the cumulative effects that it has had and is having on our social fabric is known to all of us. We are all concerned, not just as leaders of the state, but also as parents, as guardians, as uncles, as aunts, and as members of a society that is struggling to make its presence felt globally. I'm happy that at least the LO made a very clear-cut distinction when he spoke of the problem of drug addiction and its spread as a menace, as just not a regional or a state matter, not even as a national crisis, but a global phenomenon and a global problem. We live in an increasingly globalized world, and for a state and a region that shares 98% of its borders with other countries, more especially the fact that we are very close to the Golden Triangle of Myanmar has made Meghalaya especially vulnerable to the problem of drug addiction and the spread of drug trafficking. Sir, time may not permit me to spell out all the initiatives that the government has taken. But I'd like to make a pointed reference to the fact that there were several initiatives that have been taken by the current government for the first time ever. For instance, we have a national act apart from the NDPS 1985. We also have the PITS NDPS legislated and passed by Parliament in 1988. The state government is applying both these acts with a major difference that PITS NDPS also allows our law enforcing agencies to detain repeated offenders, drug traffickers, for a period of not less than a year. And it is after 25 years since PITS NDPS was passed by Parliament in 1988 that the government of Meghalaya has invoked provisions of this act and applied it in Meghalaya. Today, as we speak, there are 5 repeated offenders who are serving detention under jails in the state of Meghalaya. I'd like to make a pointed reference to the act that the LO has referred to, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and to specifically point out that such a provision is also contained in PITS NDPS. Prevention of Illicit Traffic in Narcotics and Psychotropic Substances Act, which facilitates for the attachment of the property of the detainee, the property of the next of kin, the immediate family of the accused person, and the freezing of bank account of not just the arrested person, but also his or her immediate family. As we speak, there are already 5 such detentions that have taken place, and more are being pursued, because in order for the arms of the law to finally be able to ensure their detention, we also need the approval of a board headed by a retired judge. It is also for the first time that the state has a mission that encompasses various departments. And under the DREAM mission, headed by the Honorable Chief Minister, the Department of Health, Social Welfare, Home Police, Education, Law are all integrated. And under this mission mode, we have successfully reached out at various levels and strata of administration, including right down to the block level. As recently as last year, to enhance the monitoring and enforcement of the NDPS Act, the state government has sanctioned the post of an SP of the Anti-Narcotic Task Force, as notified on the 4th of July 2024. Furthermore, a dedicated ANTF police station has been created and inaugurated this year itself to allow it to investigate all offences under the NDPS Act 1985 and also the PITS NDPS 1988, and to support district level enforcement. In addition, 12 district ANTF units have been established under the supervision of the respective SPs to ensure localized action against trafficking. During the last 5 years, the police have registered 603 NDPS cases, arrested 1,069 accused persons, and seized large quantities of contraband. The police department has also prioritized the timely disposal of seized drugs, a point made again by the LO. On the 23rd of January 2025, narcotics from 56 cases were destroyed at the Star Cement incinerator, Lomshnong, including heroin, cannabis, crystal meth, and cough syrups. Close coordination is being maintained with the BSF, Customs, NCB, IB, and state excise, leading to several joint operations along the interstate and the international border. In fact, as early as last month, a meeting was held where Meghalaya made a fervent plea for allowing the setting up of a branch of the NCB in Shillong. Efficient and effective investigation of cases have ensured that more arrests are being made. And today, areas which have never been covered in the past, for instance, the cantonment land, areas under the cantonment board, Yodo, where the ANTF has not reached, has not shown its presence in the past, we are showing our presence today. Just this Saturday, I was at Clay Yodo to inaugurate a counseling center with the partnership of faith leaders. We are doing a lot, but I also concede that the biggest room in this world is the room for improvement. The state is also a pioneer in providing treatment for users, drug users of different ages and genders. We have 12 existing rehab centers, either funded by the center, the state government, or privately owned. We have one integrated rehabilitation center for addicts run by the KGPA New Hope De-Addiction Center at Maudiang and supported by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, which was pursued by the state government. We have 7 institutions fully supported by the state government and 4 privately owned. The ministry has also helped set up an addiction treatment facility at Tura Civil Hospital, and we have one outreach and drop-in center at Shillong managed by Kripa Foundation. In addition to the above, during 2025-26, we have also managed to get the approval of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for the creation of a district de-addiction center at West Jaintia Hills to be managed by the Meetmentru Community Social Welfare Association. Besides the above, the ministry has also taken keen interest to set up addiction treatment facilities in the gap districts where there are no de-addiction centers. Proposals for establishing additional ATFs through the health department have been submitted to the ministry, and these include Civil Hospital Shillong, Memhans Shillong, Jawai Civil Hospital, Bakmara Civil Hospital, William Nagar Civil Hospital. That apart, we also have the addiction center in prison settings, and these, the districts identified for setting up of these centers at prison settings are West Garo Hills, West Jaintia Hills, and Ribhoi district. In addition to this, 62 NGOs have been given grant and aid from the state for carrying out activities under the anti-drugs campaign, reaching out to more than 15,639 individuals. At the state level, the DREAM project, we ensure that we collaborate between the various departments I have mentioned, and also the Meghalaya AIDS Control Society is actively engaged in creating awareness on various topics of drugs, HIV AIDS, and these programs are being organized across the state. We have also provided financial aid to Life Care Foundation Rehab and Counseling Center, Sokhlam Maukarwat, for the management of the rehab center. We have signed an MOU with the Society for the Promotion of Youth and Masses, SPYM, for training of teachers as master trainers under the Navchana module to be implemented by the Education Department. Besides these, we have organized programs where there were testimonies by recovered addicts, a pledge-taking ceremony led by the CM, cycle rallies, football and basketball matches, IEC stalls, all of which witnessed more than 600 participants. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to highlight central initiatives in combating drug abuse. The Nasha Mukh Bharat campaign, launched on 15 August 2015, 2020 has made a lot of headway. The campaign has reached to 30,420 youths, 12,233 women, and 1,226 educational institutions. Social mobilization has been a key factor in our fight against the menace. We have been able to bring together different faith leaders on the 20th of February 2025. As far as the Dorbars are concerned, I have made this appeal in the recent past. I would like to reiterate this on the floor of this August House, that instead of encouraging mindless activism, there is a way for civil society to work together with the government, and that is through the VDP, the Village Defense Parties, which, as of date, in Shillong, there are 11 functional VDPs. Last week, there were 2 organizations which had met me, one from the Dorbar Shnong of Upper Mopram, Nongpo, and the other from the VDP of Nongstang, which I will personally visit at the close of this session. A joint inspection was held with the Cantonment Board, State Police, and the Dorbar Shnongs on the 21st of March 2025, and this has led to our identification of sites for installation of CCTV cameras and the removal of scrapped vehicles at Lom Survey and Tembujoy, which have become hotspots for drug-related activities. As far as these activities are concerned in areas where various honorable members have spoken, I would request them to share details with me so that we can further enhance the activities under the DREAM mission. So when it comes to the issue of HIV/AIDS, we know that there are multiple reasons for the increase in these cases. One, of course, is the fact that there is now improved detection and testing. We have expanded the testing centers to 5 centers and 24 link ART centers. As early as July, 8th of July 2025, a meeting was taken at the level of the Honorable Deputy CM in charge, Home, attended by Minister, Honorable Ministers of Health, Social Welfare, and we have also invited all the elected representatives from East Khasi Hills District. I would like to specifically mention the presence of Ba Adelbert Nongrum in that meeting, and I would like to see the physical presence of the mover of the motion and honorable member from Maulai, Mauringkeneng constituencies, where this problem has also become very pronounced. So I hope that this comprehensive overview has managed to illustrate how serious, how concerned we are with the matter. I have made it a point to get daily inputs from the SP, ANTF. I'm happy to say that in a matter of barely 10 days, narcotics worth of 4 crores were seized from Giant Hills and 1 crore from Shillong just day before yesterday. 5 crores in a matter of 10 days. This shows that we are going tongs and hammer. We are relentlessly pursuing the fight to contain, control, and I'm confident we will be also able to fully eradicate the menace. So once again, sir, I thank all the members for their valuable inputs. I would, however, implore that engaging on the floor of this House should not be the only platform. Time and again, we will need them to come up with the valuable inputs, information, and also, this is not us versus them. This is the state of Meghalaya, the people of Meghalaya, fighting in unison against a menace that threatens to make us victims. But the choice is ours. I would implore that rather than succumbing to the temptation of admitting defeat, let us be victors and never, never victims. Thank you.
Now, I give time to the mover of this motion to seek any clarification. You wish to seek any clarification?
Sir, for the mover seeks any clarification. May only one clarification in view of this very important aspect of response from the side of the government. In relation to the responsibility vested upon subsection 1 of the section 52A of the NDPS Act 1985, the Honorable Minister has already indicated that an action to this regard has been done. But here, the clarity which I would like to have for the purpose of enlightenment of this August House is the total inventory which was available with the authorities concerned for last preceding dates of seize, and then the total inventory, whether the total inventory which was available with the authorities concerned have been already destroyed as per the requirement of this law, total, or there are some more recently seized items. That will be important.
Yes, sir. As and when we obtain due permission from the High Court of Meghalaya, we organize programs where at the indicated sites for incineration, the seized drugs have been incinerated and destroyed.
Speaker, sir, may I request Honorable Minister in that regard to make it public before the particular action is done, so that at least there will be some representatives from the civil society who can be there, and then it becomes, a kind of a narrative for the whole society as a whole, to instill the kind of confidence and minimize any chances of doubt.
So in the latest instance which I have mentioned, the incineration of seized drugs that took place on the 23rd of January 2025 was done in the presence of village heads, the SP of the district, as well as a representative from the Meghalaya High Court. And these were then captured and also shared in the media.
So, discussion on this special motion is now closed, and the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 10th September 2025.